Hey there, friends. I have something special just for you, and I can't wait to share it. Get ready for an adventure into the heart of fear with The Tunnel That Swallows. Here, we explore the scariest stories that will keep you on the edge of your seat. To keep this channel growing, I'm begging you to subscribe and like this video. Your support truly motivates me. And don't forget to comment about where you're listening from. I'm curious to know your haunted locations. As you dive into this scary tale, make sure to keep your lights on and your friends close. Oh, and before we begin, I want to share a little secret with you. There's a weight loss dietary supplement that can help you shed those extra pounds even while you sleep. Interested? Click the link in the description below to learn more. Now, grab your courage and step into the darkness with me. I remember that day when a group of us decided to explore an old, abandoned tunnel. The sun was setting, casting eerie shadows on the ground. There was something thrilling about sneaking into a place no one had been for years. We giggled and whispered, eager to see what lay beyond the entrance, unaware of the fear lurking in the depths ahead. As we entered, the air turned cool and damp, sending shivers down my spine. The walls were rough, and I could hear the faint sound of dripping water echoing around us. My friends and I took a deep breath, encouraging one another, and we ventured deeper into the tunnel. Suddenly, the light from the entrance blinked out. What just happened? I whispered, stumbling forward and bumping into my friend Jake. It's so dark. We need to keep going, he replied, his voice shaky. Let's find some light. We pressed on, the darkness wrapping around us like a cold blanket. My heart raced as I could almost feel eyes watching us from unseen corners. We had walked only a little way when I noticed something odd. The tunnel began to twist, making it hard to tell which direction we were going. I felt a wave of unease wash over me. Guys, do you think we should turn back? I suggested, my voice trembling. But before anyone could respond, a low growl echoed through the tunnel, sending us into a panic. What was that? Screamed Sarah, her eyes wide with fear. We turned to run, only to realize the exit had vanished. It felt like we were in a maze, lost and trapped. Every twist and turn led us deeper into darkness. Maybe we can call for help. Hannah cried out, but her voice faltered as the shadows seemed to close in. We stumbled through the winding passageways, trying to stay calm, but the echoes of our footsteps felt like they were being swallowed by the dark. Every sound made me jump. Was that something chasing us? Or just my imagination? Suddenly, a chilling scream tore through the air. It was like a banshee's wail, and it made my stomach drop. We all froze, staring at each other in terror. We need to stick together, I shouted, trying to sound brave. Let's keep moving. We started again, but the tunnel twisted even more. I felt a strange sensation like something was moving just behind me. I looked back but saw nothing. The walls began to close in, making me feel trapped. My breath became shallow, and panic clawed at my throat. I could hear a low whisper now, words I couldn't quite make out. It felt like the tunnel itself was trying to speak, to lure me in deeper. Every so often, a flicker of cold air would rush by, and I swore I could see shadows shifting. We pressed on, hoping to find a way out, but it only got darker and scarier. Suddenly, Jake tripped over something on the ground, an old rusted pipe. Look, he said, holding it up. We can use this to defend ourselves. We didn't have long to feel reassured. A loud roar erupted from somewhere in the dark, sending chills through my bones. It felt as if the tunnel was alive and angry that we had come intruding. I could hear heavy footsteps behind us now, crunching on the gravel. I could almost feel the breath of something close, and I wanted to scream, but couldn't find my voice. Run! I yelled, and we took off again, sprinting through the terrifying, nightmarish hallways. At one point, I felt something brush against my leg, a cold breeze that whispered secrets of despair. Each time I looked over my shoulder, I'd see a flicker of movement, like a shadow darting away. What do we do? Sarah panted, her eyes full of fear. We're going to die in here. Hold on, we're going to find a way out. We just need to keep moving, I promised, but even I was starting to doubt. The whispers grew louder, circling around us like a storm. It was filled with sorrow, like the tunnel was mourning. I stumbled on a rock, and in that moment of weakness, I heard it, a voice, sweet and inviting, echoing from ahead. "Come closer," it beckoned. "You can't run forever." We hesitated, my heart pounding louder than ever. I felt drawn to the voice, pulled by an invisible string. But I knew I couldn't leave my friends behind. "Don't listen," I shouted, but they looked dazed, as if the voice was casting a spell. With all my strength, I grabbed Jake and pulled him away. "We have to focus, stay together, and don't listen." We sprinted forward, desperate to escape whatever was lurking in the shadows. The darkness was suffocating, and strange shapes seemed to shift around us. Each moment felt like a scene from a terrible nightmare I couldn't wake up from. In the distance, I saw a faint shimmer of light. "There!" I cried. "Maybe it's the exit." We pushed ourselves harder, running towards that flicker of hope. "Hurry!" I pleaded, the growls growing louder behind us. Just as we reached the light, it flickered out, swallowed by the dark. Panic seized me. I couldn't let this be the end. "We can't stop now." I willed my feet to keep moving, my mind racing for a solution. But in that moment of horror, I felt my strength slipping. The voices were weaving through my thoughts, and I stumbled. "Help me," I gasped, but the darkness enveloped me like a thick fog, tugging me back into its depths. I fought against the pull, but it felt like a dream from which I couldn't wake. My friends were shouting, but their voices faded into the shadows. The wails echoed all around us as if the tunnel was laughing, a chilling sound that sent ice through my veins. "We will find you," I heard Jake's distant voice, but the dark swallowed my cry for help. With every ounce of courage left, I pressed forward, but the shadows seemed to close in tighter, as if the tunnel were wrapping around me like a serpent. I could feel the presence creeping closer, its breath cold against my neck. I had to keep fighting, had to find a way to escape. But as I turned a corner, I felt my heart drop. A sheer wall of darkness loomed ahead. The tunnel had closed itself off, trapping me within its malevolent grasp. "Don't give up," I whispered to myself, my heart racing. But it felt like the very fabric of this unnatural space was pulling me deeper into its haunting embrace. With a final desperate push, I screamed, "I won't be swallowed by you." Everything went silent, freezing the darkness in that moment. In the stillness, I could feel the weight of the tunnel pressing against me. It was then that I realized the way out wouldn't be visible, and the only way forward was to confront the terror surrounding me. As the shadows closed in, a single thought burned bright in my mind. I would not surrender. I could feel the tunnel breathing, its cold, damp walls pulsing in time with my racing heart. It was as if the very ground under my feet was alive, shifting and twisting to keep me trapped. Every direction looked the same, dark, oppressive, and filled with shadows. I pressed myself against the wall, trying to calm my breath, but fear was a wild creature, clawing at my insides. Suddenly, I noticed the ground beneath me was slick, a strange substance that felt wrong. I looked down, and there it was, thick, black ooze that glistened like oil. It was creeping toward my shoes, almost like it was trying to pull me in. I jumped away, my heart pounding louder. The fear of that stuff touching me made my skin crawl. I took tentative steps back, keeping my eyes glued to the darkness ahead. The air felt heavy, weighed down by silence that was suffocating. Just as I thought I would lose my mind from the weight, I heard it, a soft, soft sound echoing from down the tunnel. At first, I thought it was just my imagination, but then it grew clearer. It sounded like soft crying, almost like a baby. I felt a strange urge to move toward the sound, but deep down, a voice screamed at me to turn around and run. The cries twisted in my ears, melting into an eerie melody that pulled at my heartstrings. What if someone needs help? I thought, my eyes scanning for the source. I stepped forward, heart pounding, inching closer. The shadows danced along the walls, shifting in menacing shapes that seemed to mock me. The cries morphed into laughter, high and shrill, echoing off the tunnel walls. "Why are you laughing?" I whispered, but only the darkness answered. Despite my better judgment, I moved deeper into the gloom, following the sound. I felt like I was stepping into a trap, each step sinking into the thick air like quicksand. And then I saw it, a flicker of light far ahead, glinting like a star fading in and out. I hesitated. Normally, I'd rush toward a light, thinking it was a sign of safety. But this one felt different, wrong? The moment I took a step toward it, the cries turned into screams, sharp and piercing, sending jolts of dread through my body. "Stop! Stop! Please!" I screamed, clutching my ears, but the sound only grew louder. In a frantic spin, I tried to flee back the way I came, but the tunnel around me began to change again, shifting like a living maze. The walls warped inward as if they were alive, closing me off from my escape route, trapping me in an ever-narrowing passage. I gasped, my body racing with adrenaline. I scrambled through the invisible twists and turns, my fingers brushing against the cold, clammy surface. The darkness pressed tighter, and I could hear it, a heavy breathing, low and growling, just behind me. My heart hammered as I picked up speed, pumping my legs harder, wishing I could just burst through the wall. Then, one of the walls creaked loudly, echoing down the tunnel. I stumbled, glancing back over my shoulder at the creature stalking me. It was enormous, a shadow with no shape, just darkness layered in more darkness, looming closer. Its eyes burned fiercely, two glowing spots in the blackness that locked onto my terrified stare. "Run, run!" I screamed, feeling the rush of despair crash over me. I darted into a side passage, praying it would lead me out. The air was thick with the stench of decay, and a foul, cloying smell made my stomach churn. The ground was littered with bones, animal, and something else. My breath caught as I realized the bones were small, almost childlike. They were scattered in a grotesque pattern, and I felt a profound sense of loss wash over me. I glanced around, my mind racing. Had others been trapped here before me? Were they still here, hidden in the shadows? The tunnel seemed to breathe and whisper secrets of its past victims as I moved deeper into its belly, feeling it draw me further away from safety. Without warning, the ground beneath me trembled, and the walls shuddered again. I pressed against the cool stone, trying to hold my breath, listening. I could feel something in the air, a change, a shifting. The laughter returned, mingled with cries, and now it sounded like a chorus of lost souls beckoning me to join them. "Don't listen," I whispered to myself, but my legs felt leaden, like they were refusing to follow my desperate command. I turned another corner, and the tunnel opened up into a wide cavern, its ceiling lost in darkness. My heart raced as I stepped inside. The screams had grown quiet, leaving only a haunting silence that buzzed in my ears. In the center of the room was a pool of dark water, still and reflective. I could see my fearful face staring back at me, but there was something off about it. My reflection seemed to smirk, its eyes glinting mischievously. I took a step back, horrified as the face twisted into a wretched grin, the eyes growing larger, as if that reflection was a doorway into something much worse. "Join us," it whispered, its voice echoing from my own lips. I stumbled away from the water, the thought of what lay beneath sending chills down my spine. Just then, I saw movement out of the corner of my eye, shadowy figures lurking in the darkness of the cavern. They were formless, writhing like smoke, and I could see them reaching toward me with long, spindly arms. "Help! Somebody help!" I yelled, but my voice faltered, swallowed by the abyss. Panicking, I turned in desperate circles, searching for an exit. The figures closed in, whispering in an ancient language, their intentions unknown but surely sinister. I dashed toward the opposite wall, pressing my back against the cold stone, my breath heavy with fear and adrenaline. And then it hit me. I needed to confront my fear, to look it in the face rather than run away. Heart pounding, I took a deep breath, looking straight ahead into the shimmering pool, where my reflection twisted and writhed. "It's just a trick," I muttered to myself, forcing my legs to move. "It can't hurt me." As I moved closer, the figures shrank back, their whispers fading. I peered into the water, determination burning in my chest. I wouldn't let this tunnel swallow me whole. Suddenly, the pool erupted in a surge of darkness, and the shadowy faces from my reflection surged upward, coiling like tendrils, threatening to lunge for me. I jumped back, ready to run again, when a voice broke free from the shadows. "Face us," it commanded, the sound resonating through my bones, sending shockwaves of fear crashing over me. For a moment, I froze, caught in the whirlwind of fear and uncertainty. But deep down, a flicker of resolve lit within me. I couldn't let them take me. I couldn't let fear win. With a surge of bravery, I shouted, "I am not afraid of you." The figures recoiled, and the air grew thick with tension. I could feel the tunnel tremble, as if my words shook its very foundation. Shadows flickered, darting around like angry wasps, threatening to surround me once more. My voice rang out louder. "I will escape. You won't claim me." This time, the shadows bristled with anger, swirling around me. I closed my eyes for a moment, focusing on the warmth of my courage as the darkness pressed in. As I opened them again, I saw a beam of light cutting through the shadows, illuminating a path behind me. "Run!" the voice in my head urged me, and I dashed forward, heart racing as I raced through the cavern. The light flickered, illuminating grotesque figures watching from the edges of the darkness, their eyes gleaming with malice. I sprinted toward the light, each step carrying me further from the abyss. But the growls of the beast surged once more, echoing through the hollow chamber, hunting me down relentlessly. I dashed through the doorway that the light beckoned, narrowly escaping the grasp of the shadows. The tunnel yawned before me, a gaping maw ready to swallow me whole. But I wouldn't let it. I had to keep pushing forward, despite the darkness nipping at my heels, despite the voices clawing at my mind, seeking to drag me back. I sped through the twisted passage, relentlessly searching for a way out. The darkness felt alive, pulling me into a whirlwind of horror. What lay ahead? I didn't know, but I couldn't turn back now. Facing the unknown, I ran into whatever awaited me, determined to find my way back to the light, no matter what horrors the tunnel had in store. I was almost there. I could feel it. I had come too far to let fear swallow me now. What awaited me in the depths of this nightmare? Only time would reveal the truth, as I pressed on into the growing shadows once again. Ready or not, I sprinted forward, my legs burning from the exertion, desperate to escape the lurking shadows. The tunnel twisted into a tight corridor that felt much like a funnel, closing in on me as I ran. The air around me buzzed, thick with an unnatural presence that felt like fingers grazing my back. A cold shiver rolled down my spine, and I flicked my gaze back. Nothing was there, just the suffocating blackness. But I could feel something coming. I could sense it like a predator stalking its prey. My thoughts raced. Where was my way out? The twisting passages seemed endless, every turn offering more terror than the last. Suddenly, a low growl rumbled through the air, echoing menacingly, and I felt the deep vibration in the pit of my stomach. "Not again," I muttered, panic rising like bile in my throat. Just ahead, my eyes caught a glimpse of something strange, an odd shimmer that flickered uneasily. Stumbling closer, I realized it wasn't really a shimmer, but a surface. This side of the tunnel had a slick, shiny quality that made it appear like a liquid mirror. It was not water, though, as a foul smell wafted from it, reminiscent of something rotting, something long forgotten. I hesitated, dread pooling in my stomach as I stepped back. Out of nowhere, a hand shot out from the surface, a grotesque, misshapen hand with fingers that twisted unnaturally. I gasped and stumbled back, my heart racing wildly in my chest. "Stay away!" I shouted, fearing what other horrors might emerge. The hand pulled itself back into the murky reflection. For a moment, everything felt still and quiet. I squinted at the liquid, and as my eyes adjusted, I could swear I saw faces trapped within it, screaming silently, eyes wide open in terror, mouths frozen in cries. It was like they were begging for help, and yet also warning me of the abyss that stretched behind them. "Get out!" I screamed at the water, but it just continued reflecting my horrified face. A sudden burst of movement caught my eye. The surface began to ripple violently as more hands emerged, grasping at me, reaching, clawing with relentless desperation. I backed away, my heart pounding in terror. Then I felt it again, the growl, a low rumble that shook the ground beneath me. I couldn't stay here. I needed to run, to escape whatever nightmare was lurking in the dark. Just as I turned to run, the entire corridor exploded with light, a blinding flash that momentarily disoriented me. It was almost too much, too bright compared to the enveloping darkness. I shielded my eyes, moving forward blindly, propelled by some instinctual urge to survive. When I finally looked up, I stumbled into a vast open space. The cavern was enormous, its ceiling lost in shadows, but bizarrely lit by floating orbs glowing softly, casting eerie shadows against the walls. It felt ethereal, dreamlike, but something in my gut screamed that it was a trap. The shadows whispered in a language I couldn't comprehend, curling around me in a seductive dance. I could feel others in the room. Human or not, I didn't know. Shadows flicked at the edges of my vision, darting just out of reach, compelling me to step closer. I squinted, trying to see what lurked in the depths, anxiety churning in my stomach. "Don't get lost in the light," I warned myself, wanting to believe the words echoed in my mind. They weren't my thoughts, yet they felt oddly familiar. Against my better judgment, I stepped deeper into the cavern, wrapped in the glow of the floating orbs. Suddenly, I stumbled over something, an ancient relic, perhaps a shattered mirror lying broken on the floor, its surface cracked and jagged. The moment I touched it, a series of images flashed before my eyes, visions of those who had come before me, their faces twisted in anguish, lost in this ghastly place. I jerked my hand away, breathless, realizing it wasn't just a mirror. It was a gateway, a portal trapped within this haunting cavern. Before I could process it, shadows poured from the cracks, swirling around me like a storm. It felt alive, hungry, and I realized I had awakened something ancient and furious. Leaping back, I tripped and fell hard on the cold floor, scraping my hands against the rough stone. When I looked up, the shadows coalesced into forms, slowly materializing into figures that seemed almost human. Their faces were pale, their eyes sunken, yet burning with a hunger that sent ice through my veins. "Join us," they whispered in perfect unison, reaching out toward me with skeletal hands. "Get away!" I shouted, scrambling back on all fours, my heart pounding in my throat as I maneuvered through the ominous figures closing in. But the words leaked from my lips, laced with fear, and I could feel their grip tightening around my consciousness. I couldn't let them pull me in. I needed to fight. Drawing on every ounce of strength, I scrambled to my feet and turned to run. As I dashed through the cavern, the orbs flickered and dimmed, the shadows closing in tighter, demanding my attention. Desperation gripped me as I searched for any semblance of an exit. The walls seemed to close in around me, the air growing heavy and suffocating. Suddenly, a shriek pierced the air, one filled with anguish that charged through the cavern like lightning, bright and sharp. I felt my heart jump, horrified by the sound that cut through the whispers. I was not alone. Figures emerged from the darkness beyond the orbs, twisting and writhing in agony, their cries echoing off the walls. The realization struck me they were trapped just like me. I couldn't let their pain overwhelm me. I needed to keep pushing forward. I clenched my jaw, focusing on the flicker of hope that glimmered in the distance. With every ounce of energy left, I broke into a sprint, dodging the hands grasping at me, weaving through the darkness as I propelled myself closer to the ethereal glow that might be my escape. But in an instant, the ground beneath me shifted. I stumbled forward, tumbling into a hidden crevice, falling into a deeper darkness as the screams echoed from above. I landed with a thud, the world spinning. The echoes of laughter and pain faded above me, replaced with an unsettling silence that chilled me to the bone. Slowly, I picked myself up, shaking the dirt from my clothes. I took a moment to breathe, glancing around the new area I had fallen into. This place was eerily quiet, filled with a thick, musty air that hung heavy like a shroud. I glanced around and saw walls made of intertwining roots, twisted and gnarled, forming an unsettling maze of nature engulfing me. Shadowy figures lingered in the corners, their eyes glowing dimly. But there was an odd stillness, an unnatural calm. What now? I whispered to myself, dread knotting in my stomach. Just then, I heard a rustling behind me. I wheeled around, ready to face whatever horror lurked there. But instead, I found a small, scruffy animal, a rat maybe, scrambling across the ground, its tiny eyes glinting in the half-light. I exhaled slowly, forcing myself to laugh. Just a rat, I muttered, trying to calm the rising fear in my chest. But laughter quickly faded, replaced by a deeper sense of unease. Something wasn't right. The rat had paused, its whiskers twitching as if sensing something coming, something much darker lurking in the shadows. I stood still, listening intently when suddenly the ground began to shake again, but this time it felt different, pulsing alive. The roots twisted and thrashed violently, cracking and splintering. I took a step back, panic surging through me. Then it happened. A low, guttural roar erupted from the depths of the earth, shaking its foundation. The shadows writhed, and I could see them coiling together, forming something monstrous. Oh no, no! I breathed, realizing I had awakened something ancient and terrifying. I turned to run, but the ground trembled under my feet. The roots closed in, their thorny ends glowing with malice, curling toward me like grasping fingers. I scrambled to escape, my heart racing as I navigated through the twisting labyrinth. The howls of the abyss echoed around me, penetrating the thick silence with a dreadful cacophony. It felt like the very tunnel itself was restless, awakening from a long slumber, and I was its unwitting prey. As I fought through the claustrophobic maze, the shadows danced around me, taunting me with flickers of lost souls. The deeper I went, the more alive the darkness became. I could feel it breathing down my neck, the growls becoming louder, the whispers turning into screams. With every ounce of strength, I surged forward, desperation fueling my flight. I couldn't let it claim me, couldn't let it trap me in this never-ending nightmare. But the shadows were relentless, pursuing me as I gasped through the twisting paths, searching for light, for hope, for any escape from this waking nightmare. Time blurred together, minutes dragging on endlessly as I pushed my way through the suffocating darkness, refusing to let the terror consume me. I could feel them closing in, the shadows searching for a way to devour my very essence. But I held tightly to my will, refusing to give in to the darkness. Then, just as despair threatened to pull me under, I caught a glimpse of light again, fluttering just ahead, beckoning me forward, promising salvation. This is it, I thought, adrenaline coursing through my veins as I wheeled toward the glow. But as I broke free from the shadows, emerging into the light, I froze in shock. What awaited me was beyond anything I had dared to imagine. The cavern opened up to a vast, haunted landscape, filled with ghostly silhouettes caught in a somber dance. They hovered eerily above, their faces twisted in sadness, of cries echoing through the air, a chorus of souls trapped in eternal torment. I stood there, frozen in fear, realizing I had stumbled into the heart of the darkness that fed on fear and despair. No, I breathed, the weight of the reality crashing down around me. In that moment, I understood this was not just a fight for my life. It was a battle for my very soul, and I had no way of knowing what horrors awaited or how deep this darkness would go. With sheer determination, I took a step forward, heart pounding with fear and courage, ready to confront whatever lay ahead. This nightmare was far from over, and I would not let it consume me. What awaited next? In this haunting realm, Only time would tell as I stepped deeper into the unknown, praying for a way out. I took a hesitant step forward, my heart racing as the ghostly figures continued their mournful dance. They floated eerily in the half-light, their faces etched with despair, their eyes glowing like distant stars. I could feel a chill in the air, a deep, cold sorrow that surrounded me, pulling at my spirit. Each figure seemed to whisper secrets of their past, tales of anguish that wove together like a tapestry of horror, binding me in place. I strained to hear, trying to understand what had trapped them here, but their voices were nothing more than haunting echoes, flickering taunts that made my skin crawl. "Why are you here?" I called out, my voice trembling. As if summoned by my question, one of the figures turned, drifting closer. Its face was obscured, shrouded in shadow, but I could sense its gaze piercing through me, searching my very essence. I felt a wave of nausea as the air turned heavy, pressing down on my chest. I took a step back, but the shadows rippled, tightening around me like a noose. "Get away!" I shouted, panic seeping into my voice. The figure hesitated, and in that moment I noticed something. Its hand, elongated and twisted, reached out toward me, palm open. A tangible fear gripped me as I caught sight of the strange markings etched into its skin, symbols that seemed to pulse and throb, alive with the energy of lost souls. Each mark radiated a sense of pain, drawing on my own fear, pulling me closer to the edge of despair. I couldn't let it take me, couldn't let it drag me into this pit of hopelessness. Heart pounding, I turned and ran, the shadows swirling and lashing out like angry tendrils. Whispers filled the space, growing louder, unfurling like dark clouds around me, demanding my attention. Every step I took felt heavier, the ground trembling beneath me, resisting my escape. It was as if the very darkness was coming alive, fighting to keep me within its clutches. My breath quickened, and I could feel the shadows soaking up my fear, growing stronger, more intense. Then I noticed a gaping entrance in the distance, a faint glimmer of light filtering through the thick darkness. The moment I caught sight of it, I surged forward, my instincts screaming at me to reach it. Each stride was filled with frantic urgency as I navigated the chaotic maze of flickering shadows. But just as I stepped into the beam of light, a chilling laughter echoed behind me, reverberating through the very fabric of this haunted place. I glanced back, and there it was, a figure looming just at the edge of the light, a grinning creature with hollow eyes and gnarled fingers, twisted into a mockery of a smile. "Where do you think you're going?" it taunted, its voice slithering through the air, wrapping around my thoughts like vines tightening around a tree. I shook my head in disbelief, panic settling deep within me. "Leave me alone!" I shouted, willing my voice to steady despite the terror creeping up my spine. The laughter deepened, filling the space with an unsettling echo that made my skin prickle. "You think you can escape?" it hissed, trailing closer, a predatory glint in its eye. I could feel its presence, a palpable force, but I refused to back down. I turned fully towards the light ahead, pushing myself to reach it. As I raced forward, the ground shifted again, the cavern roiling beneath me as if alive. I barely managed to keep my footing as the shadows surged in waves, threatening to sweep me off my feet. Reaching the entrance, I thrust myself into the light, gasping as warmth enveloped me, momentarily blinding me. But just as quickly, the warmth faded, replaced by an air thick with realization. It wasn't an exit I had stumbled into, but another aspect of this nightmarish domain. The light faded into a haunting twilight, illuminating a new chamber, its walls lined with flickering torches that created ghostly silhouettes. My heart sank as I took in the sight before me, a vast expanse, filled with more figures, all of them shrouded in shadows, their faces twisted in anguish. "Welcome," they whispered in unison, their voices a chilling serenade. Their mouths moved, but the whispers felt disembodied, echoing around me like a haunting wind. I stepped back, adrenaline flooding my veins as I backed away, desperate to comprehend this horror unfolding. The entrance darkened behind me, leaving no means of escape. I was trapped once again, surrounded by countless lost souls and their mournful whisperings. Each figure slowly turned toward me, their eyes glowing with a sinister light that froze me in place. "You're one of us now," a voice cut through the air, deep and resonating. "You cannot escape your fate." "No," I gasped, shaking my head fervently, deciphering the fear weighing down my heart. This was a nightmare too dark, too twisted to accept. But my protests fell silent as the figures drew closer, their forms swirling and weaving into one another, creating a living tapestry of torment. I felt their sorrow wash over me, wrapping around my heart like a vice. "You cannot resist," they chanted, the certainty in their tones chill-inducing as they stepped forward, their shadows swallowing me whole. It was suffocating. The very air felt heavy with despair, thick as fog, and I could feel their pain pressing down on me, squeezing the breath from my lungs. I backed away, searching frantically for a way out, for any small shred of hope. Then, something shifted in the darkness, a frantic energy that sliced through the oppressive air. A burst of movement caught my eye, a blur darting from the shadows, and I felt a sudden jolt of surging energy. This figure wasn't like the others. It moved with purpose, determination, as if it had been waiting for an opportunity to break free. I squinted, trying to discern who or what it was amidst the chaos, when I heard a familiar voice pierce through the shroud of despair. "Follow me," it shouted, urgency ringing in its tone. In disbelief, I turned toward the voice, my heart racing. It belonged to someone I recognized, someone I thought was lost. Without thinking, I dove into the chaos, pushing past the swirling figures, their wails echoing in my ears, desperate to escape. The figure gestured toward a dim light flickering in the distance, and I didn't hesitate. Despite the shadows clutching at me, tugging with icy fingers, I sprinted forward, determination swelling in my chest. "Please don't leave me," I shouted, panic clutching at my throat as I followed the figure deeper into the twilight. As we ran, the shadows began to writhe and twist, lashing out at us, their sounds growing anguished, but I pressed on. Each step felt heavier, as if the very ground beneath me was weighing me down. But I could see it now, the flicker of light anchored in the distance, like a beacon of hope, pulling me closer with each desperate stride. "Keep going," the figure urged, its form a blur beside me, but I could hear the echo of urgency in its voice. The shadows surged behind, giving chase, whispering promises of despair, urging me to surrender to the darkness. I felt the threat creeping ever closer, wrapping around me with a choking grip, clawing at the very fibers of my being. "Don't look back," the figure warned as we plunged toward the light, the shadows closing in dangerously. Gut instincts propelled me forward, and I chased after it, feeling the heat of the flickering flame ahead enveloping my being. In that moment, I steeled myself against the onslaught of the darkness, promising myself that I wouldn't become another lost soul consumed by despair. But just as we neared the light, the shadows erupted, surging past my companion in a wave of rage. I felt a hand grab my shoulder, yanking me back into the abyss. In an instant, the darkness swallowed my terrified cries as I was once more plunged into the cold grip of despair. "Run!" the figure shouted desperately, but the shadows pulled us apart, separating us with ruthless ease. I spun around, frantically searching for my companion, but only the howling darkness was left, a menacing reminder of the inevitability of this terrifying realm. In that moment of profound terror, I made a choice. I wouldn't surrender to the shadows. I would find my way back to the light, no matter the price. With newfound resolve, I fought against the encroaching darkness that threatened to consume me, my breath ragged as I pushed myself forward. Somewhere deep inside, I felt a spark of hope still flickering. Even surrounded by despair, I refused to let this nightmare claim me. I would not be just another lost soul wandering in this hellish void. I raced onward, through the chaos and desolation, determined to find an escape from the haunting grip of the shadows. I had to break free to discover the truth behind this cursed place, even if it meant facing the darkest corners of my fears. The shadows whipped around me, eager to pull me into their depths, but I pressed on, guided by that flickering ember of hope, refusing to let the darkness win. And as I sprinted into the unknown, I held tightly to the belief that there was always a way out, a light beyond the shadows, ready to guide me home. I pushed myself forward, my breaths ragged, feeling the chill of the shadows crawling up my back. The flickering light ahead felt further away with each desperate step I took. Just when I thought I was making progress, the whispers grew louder, circling around me like a swarm of angry bees. "Turn back," they hissed, the voices intertwining into a menacing chorus that sent a fresh wave of terror through me. "You don't belong here." I refused to listen, and the ground beneath me trembled as if it shared the shadow's desire to pull me back. My heart raced faster, pounding against my ribcage. I could feel the grip of despair tightening around me like a vice. Every instinct screamed at me to stop, to succumb to the darkness that threatened to take me. But I wouldn't let it. I kept moving, driven by sheer willpower, my mind focused on the glowing light ahead. As I neared it, the shadows began to clump together, forming shapes that seemed almost human. Their faces, twisted in grotesque forms, stared with hollow eyes, their mouths twisted into unsettling smiles, hungry for my fear. "Join us," they called out, their voices dripping with false sweetness. "You can never escape. You'll be one of us soon enough." I chanced to glance behind me, and a knot of anxiety curled in my stomach. The shadowy figures were closer than before, swirling with a purpose. A chill ran down my spine as I noticed one in the center, larger and darker than the rest, looming over the others like a king presiding over his court of despair. Its eyes glowed with a sinister, unnatural light, and a twisted grin split its face. "Do not run," it purred, its voice smooth and cold, echoing through the chamber. "Stay, and you will understand the true nature of your existence." A wave of dread washed over me. I could feel my heart swim in a pool of anxiety, threatening to drown me. But I had to keep going. I had to push through this nightmare. With one more glance at the gathering shadows, I turned back to the light, which seemed to shimmer just out of reach. I focused all my energy, willing my legs to move faster, my mind to conjure any bit of hope I could find. Suddenly, the floor beneath me cracked, splitting open with a menacing creak. I stumbled to regain my footing, vision swirling with fear. Before I could react, a hand shot from the ground, skeletal and claw-like, gripping my ankle. I yelped and kicked, managing to free myself, but not without a lingering jolt of terror surging through me. I was surrounded by chaos. The shadows were closing in, and I could feel their breath on my skin, cold and malevolent. It was intoxicating, feeding off my fear, feeding off my panic. In that moment of vulnerability, I remembered the faces I had seen, the lost souls who had met their tragic fates in this darkness. I didn't want to join them. Breathe. Focus. I had to push through. I sprinted down a narrow corridor, the walls seemingly closing in around me. The flickering flames from the torches sent dancing shadows, creating horrific shapes that twisted and morphed like living nightmares. It felt like I was in a play, and the shadows were the actors rehearsing a scene of my demise. But amidst the chaos, I spotted something glinting in the dark. Another doorway. My heart leaped, pulsing with hope. I made a beeline for it, ducking beneath grasping hands trying to snag my clothes, pulling at me as I burst into the opening. The shift in atmosphere was immediate. As I entered, the temperature dropped, and my breath appeared in visible puffs, swirling around me like ghosts. This new chamber felt vast, like an ancient hall swallowed by shadows. Whispers echoed, distant yet nearly overwhelming, creeping into my mind. "Help us, save us." The voices were different now, desperate and fragmented, as if they were fragments of many different souls merged into one. I staggered, feeling lightheaded. "What happened to you?" I called out, hoping for answers. But instead, the whispers turned frantic. "You shouldn't have come here. Run. Don't listen." A chill crept over me as I noticed the shadows shifting, morphing into a tide that swelled and pulsed, dexterous tendrils reaching out toward me. "Help us," they begged, but I felt the same unease swelling inside me. I didn't want to get trapped here, lured by their pleas. Just when I thought I could hear the deep, echoing laughter of that towering shadow again, something caught my eye. Straight ahead, I saw a faded mural painted on the wall, depicting a group of figures rising from shadows, faces twisted in torment, but hands reaching for the sky, bathed in a soft, golden light. It felt out of place here, a beacon within the chaos. Compelled, I stepped closer, feeling inexplicably drawn to it. As I studied the mural, the eyes of the painted figures seemed to watch me, aching with pain, yet glowing ever so faintly with the light. I reached out to touch it, and the moment my fingers brushed against the surface, a surge of energy jolted through me, buzzing like static electricity. The whispers grew louder, transforming into a cacophony of anguish, begging me to pull away. "Don't touch it. It's a trap." But I couldn't stop. I felt the darkness push back as I pressed my palm against the mural, and visions exploded in front of my eyes. Memories of the souls trapped in this place, their stories, their pain, their relentless search for freedom intertwined within the shadows. I could see them now, feel their emotions, the desperation, the longing, the sheer terror of being lost in eternal darkness. And as I absorbed their stories, an overwhelming sense of empathy washed over me. They want to be freed, I realized while feeling the weight of their existence in my heart. They don't want revenge. They want peace. As I focused on that thought, something shifted in the chamber. The shadows quivered, reluctant and angry, swirling faster as if sensing the change. Little by little, the whispers became clearer, revealing the path toward redemption. "Set us free," they cried, but as they got louder, the dark tide surged. I felt my strength draining as their despair mixed with my own. I needed to fight back before it consumed me entirely. "I won't let you take me," I shouted, clenching my fists, trying to summon inner strength. With that, I closed my eyes, grounding myself in the light of hope I had felt from the mural. "Please," I whispered into the void, focusing on everything I had seen, on their stories, their sacrifices. "I want to help you. I want to set you free." And just like that, a rush of warmth surged through me, pulsating with a soft glow. The energy of the mural flowed into my fingertips, threading around the dark figures gathering in the room, wrapping them in golden light. The shadows recoiled, their frantic screeches reverberating through the cavern. The weight of their darkness began to shift, morphing within the light that enveloped them. This was my chance. "Let go!" I yelled, pouring every ounce of belief into those last two words, hoping they would resonate within the trapped souls. The shadows shrieked, a haunting sound that echoed throughout the chamber, rising in pitch until it seemed to split the very air apart. As the golden light intensified, they twisted and turned, battling against their bonds. I felt the room shake, the energy swelling wildly, threatening to burst free. Then, a sudden silence fell, weighing heavily in the air. I opened my eyes, heart racing at the unexpected peace. One by one, the shadowy figures flickered before me, their forms dissolving like mist caught in the morning sun. Faces softened, their anguish eased, and their mouths whispered one final plea. "Thank you." And in a blinding flash of light, they surged upward, spiraling together into a radiant orb before shattering into a shower of sparks that filled the cavern with warmth, illuminating every corner, expelling the darkness. But just as I thought I might be free, the floor trembled beneath me, and a thunderous roar reverberated through the chamber. The towering shadow erupted back to life, its wrath ignited, fury blazing in its hollow eyes. "You think you can defy me?" it bellowed, voice echoing like thunder. The light flickered as darkness clawed back, twisting and turning back toward me. Instinct kicked in as I turned to run, fear electrifying my veins. I had set the others free, but in doing so, I had awakened something far more sinister. Without a second thought, I sprinted back through the shadowy hall, desperate to escape the wrath of the ancient creature that now hunted me. Behind me, the shadows twisted, forming a massive shape larger than anything I had encountered. It bore down on me, hungering and relentless, its laughter booming like torrential rain. I dashed through the narrow corridors, skipping over vines that reached for me from the walls, feeling the darkness breathing down my neck. "Don't look back!" I yelled at myself, pushing harder, urging my body to move faster. I could sense the danger closing in, the creature's shadow looming larger, darkening the path ahead. In the distance, I could see another flicker of light, another door, another escape. And so I ran, faster than ever, my heart pounding in my chest like a drum. Will I make it? I couldn't stop thinking that as the shadows clawed at my heels, reaching out to grab me, to pull me back into the soul-sucking darkness. And just as I thought I could break free, a mighty force slammed into me, knocking me against the wall. I gasped, pain exploding in my side as the world spun. As I gathered my strength and pushed back against the pressure, I could feel the creature's breath, cold and foul, against my neck. "You cannot escape," it taunted, seeping darkness wrapping around me, chaining my spirit. With every ounce of defiance remaining, I lifted my chin, baring my teeth. "I know freedom exists," I shouted, drawing strength from the light still flickering deep within. The shadows wailed, and suddenly, I felt a rush of heat flowing through my veins, igniting my spirit. I wasn't just fighting for myself. I was fighting for the lost souls, for everyone who had faced this nightmare before me, and for those who would come after. In that moment of clarity, I found my resolve. The shadows could no longer hold me. I turned away from the darkness, letting the warmth of light spill from my core and burst into the room. "I will not let you win," I yelled, pouring every ounce of hope into my words. With that proclamation, I surged forward, the shadows recoiling, their voices rising in horror. I could feel their grasp loosening as I plunged toward the doorway, and just as darkness threatened to swallow me again, I burst through, leaping into the bright light beyond. The last thing I felt was the warmth wrapping around me, holding me tight as I collapsed on the other side, gasping for breath and drenched in sweat, knowing that I had escaped the clutches of the shadows. But was it truly over? I collapsed on the other side, gasping for air, my heart racing as if I had just sprinted a marathon. The light enveloped me, a warm embrace that felt so comforting, yet the echoes of dread still lurked in the back of my mind. As my eyes adjusted to the brightness, a sense of relief washed over me. I thought I had escaped the nightmarish clutches of the dark shadow, but then I noticed that the space around me was eerily quiet. The room I found myself in was bare, the walls decaying, with flickering candles casting unsettling shadows that danced across the floor. "I'm safe now," I whispered to myself, though doubt lingered, gnawing at my thoughts. I checked my surroundings, taking in the crumbling stone walls, the dust thick in the air, and the faint scent of something rotten, like decay or forgotten memories. But as I took a moment to catch my breath, a chilling realization swept over me. Where was I? That question hung in the air as I pushed myself up, scanning the room for any sign of a way out. The flickering candles were my only companions in this dilapidated space, casting those twisted shadows that seemed to mock my presence. I tried to shake the feel of unease settling in my gut, convincing myself that I had just narrowly escaped a fate worse than death. But then I heard it, a low, rumbling sound, like the distant growl of thunder, growing steadily closer. "Is someone there?" I called out, my voice trembling as it echoed against the stone walls. As if in response, a chilling breeze swept through the room, extinguishing some of the candles and plunging parts of the space into deeper darkness. I felt the hairs on my arms stand on end, a bone-chilling shiver running down my spine. Every instinct urged me to bolt from the room, but my legs felt glued to the spot. The growling noise persisted, a dreadful rhythm growing louder, pulsing through the air. It felt alive, vibrating against my skin and echoing in my thoughts. I turned slowly, scanning the shadows that now stretched further across the floor. The darkness within them seemed to twist and writhe as if it had a mind of its own, pulling tight around me. Suddenly, I noticed movement in the corner of my eye, like a shadow skittering across the wall. "Stay back!" I shouted, more to reassure myself than to intimidate whatever might be lurking there. The walls seemed to close in, and fear clawed at my throat. I had barely escaped one horror, and the thought of facing another made my heart race with panic. Then, something larger emerged from the shadows at the far end of the room. I squinted, trying to make out the silhouette that loomed. It was the shape of a figure, tall and thin, with elongated limbs and a head that seemed to sway unnaturally. No, please," I breathed, backing up, my pulse hammering as dread pooled in my stomach. The figure turned its face toward me, and I was struck by its hollow, black eyes, voids that swallowed any remnants of light. Its mouth split open in a wide grin, stretching impossibly far across its face. A moment later, it let out a sound that pierced the silence, a chilling laugh, echoing with a mocking, sinister tone that made my blood run cold. "Run," it taunted, darkly amused as it took a step closer. "Running is fun, but why waste energy when you can join us?" Before I could respond, the ground beneath me trembled again, causing the already weakened walls to quiver. Cracks spiderwebbed across the stone, and I felt the room begin to shift, shadows darting toward me with a life of their own. It was like they were sensing my fear and relishing it. "No, get away!" I yelled, adrenaline surging through me again, pushing me to run in the opposite direction. I dashed toward one of the walls, desperately searching for a door or any kind of exit. The figure shrieked with delight behind me, its laughter reverberating through the room as if taking pleasure in my fear. "You can never leave," it shrieked, the words echoing around me like a haunting refrain. As I reached the wall, I saw a doorway to my right, half hidden in shadows. My heart racing wildly, I dove for it, stumbling through the threshold and into the unknown. The new space was dark, filled with the faint rustle of who knew what. I could hear my heart pounding in my ears, echoing the frantic sound of my footsteps against the cold stone floor. The shadows pooled at my heels, dragging mere inches behind me, taunting me as I tried to navigate through the oppressive gloom. The darkness pressed in, threatening to consume me as I sprinted. Suddenly, the ground below me ended. I skidded to a halt, barely managing to avoid falling into an abyss. The air was thick with a damp, musty smell, and I could feel a cold draft wafting from the depths below. Instinct kicked in, and I scanned my surroundings for any sign of safety. A narrow ledge ran along the edge of the drop-off. Without another thought, I edged along it, the darkness swirling just out of reach, hungry and malicious. As I moved carefully along the ledge, the shadows began to seep up from the void below, like fingers reaching for me, trying to pull me down into the depths. I steadied my breathing, forcing myself to focus. I knew I had to escape, but the laughter of that twisted shadow behind me echoed in my mind, filling me with dread. Each step sent tremors of fear shooting through me, and I could feel the darkness creeping closer, trying to envelop me in its embrace. Then, an echo caught my attention, the sound of water lapping gently in the distance, mixed with an unsettling chant. I paused, listening intently, the voices drifting to me on the cool air. They wove together like a haunting melody, filled with sorrow and longing, growing closer with each breath I took. What was this place? Where was the exit that I had desperately sought? With the shadows gnawing at my heel, I knew I didn't have the luxury of time to ponder. I scrambled faster along the narrow ledge, every instinct urging me to move before I was dragged back into that shadowy abyss. And then, just as I thought I might find a way out, a blinding light erupted from the shadows ahead, illuminating the path in brilliant white. My heart leapt with hope as I hurried toward it, but dread clawed at my insides. What if it was yet another trap? What if it only led to more despair? But I had to take the risk. The other option was to be swallowed by the darkness. As I approached the light, I could see forms moving within it, figures gliding and swirling like ghosts in a dance of sorrow. They appeared lost, their features distorted and twisted in agony, turning toward me with hollow eyes. "Help us!" Their pleas pierced through me, like arrows, resonating with the fear and hopelessness I had felt in the shadow's lair. Taking a deep breath, I plunged into the light, the warmth enveloping me as I moved forward. But as soon as I crossed the threshold, the brightness dimmed and the figures loomed closer. Their crooked hands reached out, gripping my arms softly, causing a chill to surge through my body. I felt their pain wrap around me, each ghostly whisper echoing through my soul, drawing me into their despair. "Join us," they murmured, their voices intertwining, weaving an insidious web of sorrow and loss. "No!" I cried, shaking my head vehemently. "I won't become lost like you." But their grip tightened, pulling me deeper into the void. The shadows began to swirl around again, a fierce gust that sent chills racing through my spine. "Fight back!" The echoes of the liberated souls urged me. Fueled by desperation, I locked onto the flickering light within me, the ember of hope I found among the ruins of fear. "I will not surrender," I shouted, pushing against the grip of the phantasms surrounding me. They flinched at my defiance, and I seized the moment to pull away, dashing toward what felt like solid ground. With every step, I felt the weight of their despair pressing down, thickening the air with hopelessness. But I kept moving, compelled by the need to escape, to break free from this torment. Suddenly, the ground fell away beneath me again. I gasped as I plunged into darkness, plummeting down, the invisible weight of the shadows around me pulling me into their depths. As I fell, I felt time stretch as memories of all the souls I had encountered twisted in my mind, wrapping around me, drowning me in sadness. Their cries echoed in my ears, and for a moment, I feared I might lose myself entirely. But in that swirling darkness, I found my voice, a fierce whisper that broke through the encroaching sorrow. "I won't join you," I shouted, forcing the words out, believing in the light I was determined to reach. And just as I thought it was all over, a surge of warmth enveloped me. I grasped for it, feeling its pull guiding me back up like a lifeline thrown into the chaos. The shadows released their grip, shrieking in rage as I lurched upward, propelled toward freedom. With a final push, I shot out into the light, gasping in shock, landing roughly on a solid floor, the sound of crashing water echoing around me. I scrambled to my feet, feeling disoriented but relieved. I stood at the edge of a small cavern, water cascading down from a crack in the rocks, creating a mystical waterfall that spilled into a serene pool below. Surrounding the pool were stones glimmering under the light, radiating a warmth that beckoned to me. Exhausted, I stepped closer, feeling the gentle mist brush against my skin. The water sparkled as it danced in the light, whispering promises of serenity. But before I could fully appreciate the beauty, the haunting echoes of shadows surged through the air again, piercing through the tranquility. I spun around, heart racing, only to find the towering dark figure emerging from the shadows, more menacing than ever, rage etched across its twisted features. "You think you can escape?" It thundered, voice rumbling like thunder, rumbling like a storm. In that instant, all warmth evaporated from the air, replaced by cold fury. I took a step back, panic rising. I could hear the cries of the souls I had saved echoing in my mind, urging me to keep fighting, keep pushing for the light. "No more!" I yelled, fists clenched, summoning every ounce of strength I had left. And with that, I leaped toward the pool, ready to fight for my destiny, a final stand against the darkness that sought to claim me as its own. The water glowed brightly, and I could feel an intense energy pulsing through me, ready to unleash its power. "Let's end this," I declared, feeling the shadows swirl around me, ready to clash in one final confrontation. With the light guiding me, I prepared to face the creature head-on, determined to reclaim my freedom, to sever the ties binding me to this nightmare once and for all. "Let's end this," I declared, feeling the shadows swirl around me, ready to clash in one final confrontation. The pool shimmered with an otherworldly glow, beckoning me as if promising safe passage to a realm far removed from my nightmare. I tightened my grip, feeling the cool water lap at my fingers, energized by its fierce essence. Each drop sparkled like tiny stars, pulsating with hope that could silence despair. But in an instant, the air shifted, the atmosphere thickening with dread as the towering figure loomed larger. Its dark form twisted, morphing wildly, embodying every fear I had ever faced. "You cannot defeat me," it hissed, a savage grin spreading wide across its face. Those soulless eyes bore into mine, cold and calculating, a chilling reminder of the darkness that had relentlessly pursued me. "I'm not afraid of you," I shot back, my voice shaking but defiant. With every ounce of bravery I could muster, I stepped closer to the pool, allowing its light to wrap around me like armor. The shadows continued to encroach, swallowing the edges of the cavern, creeping toward me like a living thing, hungry and furious. The waterfall roared, drowning out the heavy silence. I could feel its cool mist on my skin, fueling my resolve. I had fought too hard to turn back now. I hastily blocked out the shrieks of the shadows, drawing strength from the souls I had freed, their whispers woven into my spirit like an incantation. "You are nothing but a fading echo," I shouted, rushing forward, heart pounding in rhythm with the waterfall's roar. The shadows howled in frustration, a sound that rattled against the cavern walls, pressing in from all sides. As I reached the edge of the pool, darkness lashed out, coiling around my ankles, trying to pull me down into the abyss. The water glimmered invitingly, its surface shimmering with light, almost begging me to cross. In that moment, I realized the water wasn't just a barrier. It was a weapon, a chance to retaliate against the suffocating gloom that sought to consume me. With a fierce determination, I thrust my arms into the pool, letting the cold shock snap me into action. In that instant, the shadows recoiled, shrieking in pain as I wielded the water like a shield. I felt a surge of energy pulse through me as I pulled the liquid upwards, channeling its brilliance toward the darkness. It rippled and surged, illuminating the cavern in brilliant hues. "Begone!" I shouted, letting the words ride the wave of light that exploded from my hands, the shadows dissipating momentarily. But the creature was relentless. It surged forward, darkness swirling around it like a storm, ready to swallow the light whole. "You think you've won? I will tear you apart," it raged, a furious howl echoing through the chamber like a tempest. "Not today," I replied firmly, my voice steady despite the tremors of fear coursing through me. The light I had conjured spread outward, filling the cavern, pushing against the encroaching shadows. I focused on the warmth, the hope, channeling every ounce of despair I had felt into that radiant beam. It was a battle of wills as the darkness writhed and roared, matching my energy, but I felt the power of the waters behind me. Each surge pushed back against the shadows, trying to reclaim their hold over me. I knew I could do this. I had fought through so much, faced untold horrors for the sake of freedom. Suddenly, a deafening crack erupted from above. I glanced up just in time to see the cavern ceiling shatter, rocks tumbling down like rain. The darkness screamed, seemingly aware of the impending chaos. I darted sideways just as a massive boulder crashed where I had stood moments before, sending a shockwave through the ground. Light poured in from above, and in that moment, I saw it clearer than ever. The light had the power to break through, to erase the shadows once and for all. I focused all of my energy on the descending rubble, pushing against the weight of despair. "You're nothing," I yelled, the waters buzzing with energy. "You have no power over me." The shadows writhed as the boulder exploded against the stone floor, sending debris flying everywhere. The creature howled in rage, the sound chilling my bones as it fought against the retreating light, struggling to keep its shape intact. I could feel the presence of the trapped souls behind me, urging me on, enveloping me in warmth. They had suffered long enough. Let the light guide us, I intoned, drawing a deep breath as the waters surged higher. I thrust my hands forward, light bursting forth as though the pool was a conduit of hope, illuminating the cavern with a brilliance that shattered the shadows. The force of my desperation, combined with the power of the water, unleashed a wave of light that surged forward, crashing against the darkness. I could feel the shadows contorting, shrieking like a wounded beast struggling against the tide. "Freedom!" I shouted, pushing the radiant energy even harder, feeling its warmth seep into every corner, combating the cold, suffocating presence surrounding me. "Stop!" the creature screamed, its voice shaking the very foundation of the chamber as it recoiled, trying to shield itself from the brilliance. The light swallowed the gloom, erasing it from the edges of my vision. I pushed forward, not allowing any fear to grip me now. I was a beacon, and I would not let my light dim. As the shadows began to dissipate, I saw figures emerging from the dark expanse. More souls, floating toward the light, their expressions a mix of gratitude and relief. A sense of calm washed over me as I embraced their presence, knowing they had all suffered in silence, trapped in that wretched cycle. Joined by their strength, I fought onward, refusing to relent, allowing the brilliance to grow ever tighter around us all. "You are not alone," I called to them, recognizing the history of pain and the hope that began to blossom within the cavern. The dark figure twitched violently, swelling with rage, its voice reducing to a furious rasp. "I'll have you," it screeched, pieces of its form disintegrating as the light pressed harder. Suddenly, it lunged toward me, a last desperate attempt to reclaim control, but I stepped toward the light without hesitation. "No!" I shouted, drawing on every memory, every moment of strength. A final blast of light erupted from the pool, radiant and unstoppable, consuming the shadows wholly. And as the blinding brightness enveloped me, something shifted in the air. With one last desperate cry, the figure exploded into glittering darkness that scattered like dust, leaving only silence in its wake. I stood amid the glowing remnants, panting, my heart racing from both the exertion and exhilaration of what I had just done. The water sparkled like stars reflected in the night sky, the cavern now filled with shimmering motes of light. The souls floated around me, their expressions shifting from grief to relief as they merged into the radiant glow, and for the first time, I felt a profound sense of peace settle over my being. But as I took a moment to breathe, a shiver crept down my spine, chilling my heart. The light was beautiful, yes, but a nagging suspicion tugged at the edges of my mind as the air thickened again. Did we truly defeat it? I wondered, stepping back toward the edge of the pool, the water still sparkling invitingly. I could hardly shake the uneasy feeling that something still lingered in the depths, an ominous presence refusing to yield completely. I ventured to peer over the surface of the water. The dazzling light reflected back my anxious expression, but beneath the surface, shadows flickered, subtle fragments that seemed to dance in twisted mockery, reminding me that the darkness was never truly far away. Were they remnants of the shadow I had just vanquished? Or worse, were they something more? A low rumble rolled through the cavern, and the walls trembled as if reacting to an unseen force, reigniting a pulse of dread within me. I felt my heart thumping in sync with the tremors, echoing the unease that held tightly to my spirit. "Something isn't right," I muttered under my breath, taking a cautious step back. Before I could gather my thoughts, the water in the pool began to spread, creeping steadily toward me, its gentle flow morphing into a sinister tide. The surface rippled violently, dark shapes emerging from the depths below, coiling and twisting like anguished spirits rebelling against confinement. I stumbled back, my breath quickening. "No!" I cried, my voice trembling as tendrils of water lunged toward me, glistening with an unsettling sheen, alive and hungry. And as I turned to flee, the atmosphere shifted, becoming heavier as echoes of dark laughter reverberated throughout the cavern. "I will always find you," the voice boomed, deep and furious, melding with the sound of crashing water. Panic surged within me once more as the cavern transformed into a realm of conflict. My heart raced with fear as I looked for an escape, knowing the battle was far from over, my only hope being the strength of the souls still lingering in the air. The shadows regrouped, swirling and twisting into a cyclone of darkness, drawing ever closer, threatening to envelop me just as I thought I had found the way to freedom. I had to fight. Gathering stolen courage, I faced the growing maelstrom, determination igniting within. "You may try, but I'll never yield." With renewed strength, I plunged my hands into the brilliant water, harnessing its energy, ready to unleash the power housed within. Crackling light surged from my fingertips, bathing the cavern in overwhelming brightness, each pulse resonating with the rhythm of my racing heart. In that moment, I understood this was not just a battle for my life, but a fight to release the souls imprisoned in despair, to confront the darkness that sought to consume us all. As the shadows lunged forward, wild and furious, I prepared to unleash my final stand against the encroaching threat. I would not let fear define me. With a determined shout, I released the stored energy, letting the light burst forth in a spectacular display, eager to obliterate the darkness and reclaim the serenity I had fought to obtain. And as the light engulfed everything, I felt a spark of hope ignite, whispering that freedom was still within reach. With a determined shout, I released the stored energy, letting the light burst forth in a spectacular display, eager to obliterate the darkness and reclaim the serenity I had fought to obtain. The brilliant beam shot out from my hands, illuminating the cavern with white-hot intensity. For a fleeting moment, I felt invincible, like I could finally vanquish the shadows clawing at the edges of my mind. That feeling flickered by too quickly. As the light crashed into the spiraling mass of black, I felt the push and pull of conflicting energies, a tug-of-war that seemed alive. The darkness writhed violently, reacting like a living creature in pain. Sinister whispers clawed at my sanity, angry words swirling around like a storm, making my ears ring, and my heart pound. "Foolish child," the voice sneered, echoing within the walls. "You really think you can escape me?" The shadows were relentless, tendrils snaking toward me, cold and clammy, brushing against my skin like icy fingers, testing my resolve. I could almost feel their twisted laughter, mocking me, echoing in my mind, urging me to succumb to the overwhelming dread. "No!" I shouted, gritting my teeth, trying to fend off the encroaching chill. The light pulsed brighter in response to my panic, but it felt like it barely held the darkness at bay. Every second stretched longer, the shadows creeping closer, thickening the air with an oppressive weight. I took a step back, my head spinning as another heavy wave of shadows surged forward, threatening to engulf me entirely. I glanced at the shimmering water behind me, remembering its warmth and promise of safety. "Come to me," it whispered, but there was a strange twist in its voice, as if it carried a hidden agenda. The inviting glow fell off, laced with something ominous. I couldn't trust it completely, not when the darkness still clung fiercely to existence. Suddenly, the laughter grew louder, echoing in a cacophony of nightmarish sound, as if the cavern itself sang a song of impending doom. I felt the earth tremble beneath my feet, a warning rumble that made the stones shake, dust spilling from the cracks above. Fueled by fear, I summoned every ounce of strength and shouted into the chaos, "I will not give in." The light exploded from my hands again, radiant rays bursting through the dark mist swirling around me, pushing it back. But as the brilliance expanded, shadows flared angrily, clawing at the radiance, trying to snuff it out. I caught glimpses of ghostly faces among the tendrils, tortured expressions frozen in screams, and their hollow eyes locked onto mine with desperate yearning. "Save us," a voice cried, a phantom reaching out toward me from the depths of the encroaching darkness. I felt a pang of urgency slice through me. The souls I had encountered were trapped, lost, and caught in a web of sorrow that linked them to this wretched place. "Just hold on," I pleaded, pushing against the veil, trying to fight for them, for everyone victimized by the shrouded menace. "I'll break this curse." With each word, I focused on the light within me, the flickering flame of hope igniting as I thought of those free souls that cheered me on. I felt their essence swirling around, urging me forward with its gentle warmth, reminding me of the power I held if I refused to back down. But the darkness wasn't done. It surged forward, wrapping around my feet like 1,000 icy serpents, pulling me down, threatening to drag me back into the vortex of despair. "Join us," the whispers sang, seductive and haunting, enticing me into submission as the shadows wrapped tighter around my legs, numbing my resolve. I kicked and thrashed, gasping as despair threatened to churn in my throat. "No! Get away!" I screamed, the words boiling up inside me, but the shadows coiled like a noose, attempting to snuff out my strength. Just then, I caught a glimpse of the ceiling above, where cracks were forming wider, remnants of my earlier confrontation echoing back. An idea struck me. If the darkness could break, why couldn't I? Every ounce of fear I felt turned to anger, giving me the fuel to fight back. I focused on the light again, but this time, I directed it upward toward the fractured stones. "Let this end," I cried, unleashing a surge of energy. The brilliance shot upward, connecting with the cracks, illuminating them with ethereal light that resonated through the cavern. The shadows howled in protest, the vibrations echoing through my bones as I fought to maintain my focus. The ground shook violently, and I could feel tremors running through my legs, deeper than before. I would not falter. The fractures widened, boulders teetering ominously, threatening to crash down upon the darkness below. For a moment, I felt invincible, but as the shadows began to twist and contort, a haunting silence fell over the cavern. I sensed something was terribly wrong. The shadows stopped their advance, becoming almost still, as though gathering strength for one last attack. My heart raced as the silence pressed in, thick and suffocating. Suddenly, the shadows surged upward, merging into a towering form, grotesque and menacing, pulsating like a dark storm cloud. With hollow eyes that glinted like twin voids, it loomed before me. The voice that barked out was no longer angry, but filled with a chilling sense of inevitability. "You'll never escape me, child of light. Get away!" I screamed again, desperation clawing at my throat. The shadows merged within the creature, swirling like smoke, and then, without warning, it lunged at me with a blinding speed. I barely had time to react as I flung myself sideways, narrowly missing its grasp, the air crackling in its wake. The cavern erupted into chaos as the shadow crashed into the stones, sending debris flying in every direction. I scrambled to regain my footing, sliding over jagged rocks, heart pounding in my ears as a gut instinct screamed at me to run. But as I turned to escape, I found the light flickering around me, dimming as the encroaching darkness loomed once more. Panic rose within, clawing at my sanity. Was I losing my strength? No! I thought fiercely, my breath coming in shallow gasps. I won't give up. The pull of fear rushed through me, but I couldn't let it seize control. I knew that to break the cycle, I had to dig even deeper. I had to confront the dark heart of the storm that threatened to engulf everything. With a steely resolve, I turned back toward the oppressive mass. "I will fight you," I shouted with renewed vigor, raising my hands as the water pooled at my feet began to ripple, responding to my urgency. Gathering every fragment of light I could muster, I let it wash over me, intertwine with my very essence, amplifying my voice into a resounding battle cry. "You don't own me!" The shadows hesitated for just a moment, a flicker of uncertainty passing through. But then they roared back, more furious than before, intertwining in grotesque shapes that danced and lunged, testing my resolve. Yet I stood firm, each heartbeat echoing in my ears, and with a primal scream, I unleashed the power of the water completely. In a blinding flash, currents of energy exploded forth like celestial fire, crashing against the encroaching darkness with unparalleled force. Almost instantly, the cavern shook violently, rocks and dust falling as the very foundation of this nightmare quaked. The light expanded, washing over the grotesque creature, causing it to shriek, a sound filled with primal rage, ripping through my core. "You think you can end me? You think I am gone," it howled, contorting, splitting into fragments, each piece struggling against the onslaught. With each burst of radiant energy, the shadows howled louder, their cries lost in the roar of the light that surged higher, threatening to obliterate everything in its path. I could feel the weight of resistance fading, tension slipping loose like a coiled spring unwound. But I couldn't relent. I pushed forth, focused my essence in a relentless surge, knowing every ounce of light I wielded fought not just for my freedom, but for all those who had fallen to despair before me. As I turned back for one last push, a flicker of movement caught my eye, a shadow darting behind my left shoulder, almost stealthy, almost triumphant. I whirled around, breath hitching in my throat, only to come face with a shadowy figure, more distinct now. It was smaller, almost human-like, its hollow gaze penetrating deep into my soul. "Why fight?" it whispered, its voice like cold silk sliding over my skin. "This darkness can protect you. It can set you free." That voice, filled with temptation, coiled around my mind, seeping into my thoughts like poison. I felt it tugging at the edges of my resolve, trying to pull me back into the shadows, into the very center of the storm. "It's all a lie," I whispered, taking a step back, shaking my head, struggling against the onslaught of fear and doubt threatening to choke me. Just then, a memory surged within. Images of the souls I had fought for, faces twisted in regret, but reflecting a flickering hope, their strength intertwining with my own, reminding me of why I still stood. "Leave!" I screamed, the anger roaring within me, channeling it into the light, feeling it surge through my veins. "You will not take me." The cavern quaked again, shadows swirling wildly as I focused the energy toward the deeper layers of the darkness, letting the water's power guide me back into the heart of the storm. The shadowy figure writhed, its form blurring as it became consumed by the brilliance, piercing light drowning its whispers until the voice was but a whisper amidst the roar. "Help! Help me!" it gasped, struggling against the tide, desperation flooding its tone. And for a moment, I felt a twinge of sympathy. But as quickly as that thought surfaced, I cast it aside. I couldn't let myself falter now. The moment of weakness could ignite a fire of defeat. Drawing a breath, I surged forward into the light once more, feeling it swell around me as reality twisted, pulling me deeper into the clash with the darkness. I was determined to find my way out, no matter the cost. The connection with those lost souls surged anew, each heartbeat pushing me forth as I propelled the radiant energy into the storm, refusing to let my spirit wane against the insurmountable odds of despair. I was the light, I was the hope, and I would not back down. As the energy built within me, the shadows writhed in fury, twisting and tangling like a dark sea. I felt their icy tendrils searching, probing for any chink in my armor, desperately trying to find a way in. The air grew thick with tension, and whispers echoed around me, taunting and menacing. "You can't escape this fate," they hissed, the voices melding together into a chilling chorus that sent shivers skittering up my spine. It was as if the very walls were alive, calling me to surrender, to give in to the seductive pull of despair lurking just beyond reach. I squeezed my eyes shut for a fragment of a second, trying to block out their grip on my mind. Images of the souls I fought for danced behind my eyelids like fireflies in the darkness. I pictured their faces, their pain morphing into a source of strength that ignited a flame within me. "I won't let you take me," I screamed, as my hands ignited with warmth, shimmering like tiny stars. A pressure built inside my chest, swelling beyond the confines of my body until it became almost unbearable. I opened my eyes to face the menacing mass again, and saw the figure lunging at me with swift, fluid movements. It lunged, extending its dark claws that glinted like knives in the dim light. In that moment, instinct kicked in, and I raised my hands toward it. A pulse of light shot out from my core, striking the creature with a force that momentarily froze it in its tracks. It howled, a sound so deeply guttural and raw that it echoed off the cave walls, resonating in my bones like a death knell. But I could not relent. I pressed forward, channeling everything I had into that one burst of brilliance, sacrificing my very essence for the flickering glow that could drive back the darkness. The air crackled around me as the shadow flickered and wavered, revealing glimpses of the humanity it had once held trapped inside. "Help me," the figure gasped, a desperate plea buried beneath layers of torment. I hesitated, caught in the web of emotion and longing. Was this truly a soul lost in despair, or just a lie spun from the depths of darkness? As I drew nearer, the haunting scene unfolded. Carved into the rocky walls were remnants of twisted faces, screaming in silence, their pain palpable and suffocating. Each grotesque visage seemed to reach out, clawing for something, anything, to pull them from their eternal prison. I stepped back, chilling horror creeping up my neck as the understanding sank in. These were the lost souls, forever trapped in a nightmare. "No! There has to be a way out," I yelled, feeling panic well up inside me. The shadows recoiled at my words, vibrating with anger and resistance. In that moment, the figure lunged again, more aggressive this time, its features twisted into a mask of fury. "You're nothing without the darkness," it roared, and I felt momentarily paralyzed by its intensity. The ground shook fiercely beneath me, tremors rattling my very being as the shadows rose in a chaotic whirlwind, swirling around me like a tempest. I stumbled, feeling the grasp of the shadows tighten around my legs like bands of iron, dragging me toward the blackened abyss threatening to swallow me whole. With every ounce of strength, I fought against their relentless pull, clawing my way back toward the light. I was not willing to be yet another soul lost in this torment. The glimmer of energy pulsed through me, igniting a fire that, against all odds, bridged the darkness and the light within. "Leave! I'll fight for them!" I felt the words surge from my mouth, fierce desperation pushing me forward. I lunged toward the flickering light, focusing my thoughts on the lost souls clinging to their last threads of hope. "You can be free!" The light burst from me once more, cascading in waves that sent the shadows reeling. It flickered across the cavern like a beacon, illuminating fragments of the past that hung suspended in the air, ethereal memories of those who had fought and failed before me. As I fought through the chaos, reliving their pain and longing, I felt an unusual connection forming. I could almost hear their whispers, their encouragement surging through the glowing tendrils surrounding me. "Don't give up," they echoed, and I felt my own strength amplifying with their collective will. The grotesque figure, now visibly wavering, seemed to be teetering on the edge of collapse. But the darkness surrounding it shrieked in defiance, a twisting mass of shadows that seemed to absorb every bit of light that touched it. "No!" I shouted again, drawing on every ounce of energy I could muster. I gathered the flames within me, forcing them into the streams of light, shaping it into a net that could ensnare the shadows. With one final surge, I hurled the glowing net forward, direct into the depths of darkness where the creature met the fury with a wrathful roar. For a moment, everything froze. The cavern bathed in radiance while shadows ebbed back, wrestled, and fracturing under the incredible force. I could see the creature struggling, its form flickering like a candle on the verge of extinction. A torrent of conflict raged around me, the very air thickening. Whispers erupted into screams, echoing in a dissonant crescendo, clashing against the pulse of my light. "You cannot destroy me. I will consume you," it shrieked, the sound reverberating through the rocky walls, swirling the air into a maelstrom of despair. But I stood firm, defiant in the face of its rage. I knew the light was stronger. With every scream, every flicker from the turned faces in the walls, I felt the shadows begin to thin. "I will not fall," I yelled, desperate to drown out the deafening chaos closing in. As I pressed further, I glimpsed movement among the edges of my vision. Figures emerging from the shadows, their forms glimmering weakly. They were the spirits trapped in anguish, their essence reaching out toward the light I wielded. They hovered at the boundaries, yearning for the warmth of freedom, their eyes reflecting my own fear. In that heart-stopping moment, realization struck me. I needed to unite them, every fragment of their essence merging with the light I had gathered. "Come," I cried, opening my heart to them, drawing them closer, feeling their connection intertwine with my own. The walls trembled again, yet the shadows howled louder as I guided the souls toward me, weaving a tapestry of radiant energy woven from hope and strength. The darkness wailed in fury, an agonizing sound that sent shudders through my body. "Together," I shouted, reaching deep within to carve a passage through the encroaching shadows, blending our energies, our very souls. As our powers merged, a brilliant light erupted, shimmering like the dawn breaking over a night sky, driving back the darkness inch by inch. Suddenly, it all exploded outward, a blinding flash breaking upon the cavern like waves crashing against the shore, each pulse resonating with a harmony of hope and defiance. The shadows twisted and convulsed, losing their grip as the vengeful tide swallowed them, retreating at last from the force we had conjured together. Yet as the brilliant light enveloped me, I felt the last, lingering tendrils of darkness clawing back, desperate for one final chance to drag me down. A chilling laughter erupted, weaving through the caverns like a deadly melody, echoing in my mind, still trying to ensnare me. "You will return to us." I braced myself, heart pounding with a mix of fear and determination, knowing I was close to overcoming this nightmare. I wouldn't let them win. I couldn't let them take me. Still focusing on the pool of light, I centered my thoughts and redirected all of that radiant energy into a final surge. The cavern was alive with the energy of lost souls, and the shadows shrieked their last desperate cries as I pushed forward, sealing away their dark grip forever. And then, I felt it, the encroaching darkness collapsing into itself, imploding as I thrust the light outward with a final cry. It erupted like fireworks shattering the night, revealing vivid colors swirling throughout the cave. The darkness shattered, fragments bursting away like brittle glass, and I stood at the center of it all, trembling but strong. But as the shadows faded, a creeping unease clawed at me. Had I truly won? Or had I merely postponed the inevitable? The air lightened, but the emptiness in its wake whispered of lingering horrors. I took a deep breath, glancing around the cavern. Would this place be forever haunted by what had once dwelled here? But as the shadows faded, a creeping unease clawed at me. Had I truly won? Or had I merely postponed the inevitable? I glanced around the cavern, my breath hitching in my throat. The eerie silence that followed felt almost palpable. I could still sense remnants of darkness lurking in the corners, shivering whispers that tickled the edges of my consciousness. The shadows that had been cast aside were gone, yet a gnawing feeling settled in the pit of my stomach, warning me that this victory was far from complete. The air was heavy, thick with a tension that seemed to cling to my skin. Despite the light that enveloped me, I felt an almost predatory gaze watching from the deeper recesses of the cavern. I turned slowly, scanning my surroundings, convinced something remained hidden, just beyond the reach of the light. As I peered into the darkened corners, shapes began to take form, faint outlines shifting against the stone walls. It made my heart race as I squinted, trying to make sense of the evolving silhouettes. Were those the faces of the souls I had fought for? Or had I plunged into a deeper nightmare where the darkness had simply changed its strategy? Suddenly, a soft sound echoed, a whisper, light at first, but then it grew louder. "Join us! Come find us!" A chorus of voices beckoned, the resonance prickling my skin as chilling waves of fear washed over me. I couldn't discern if they were inviting me toward freedom or dragging me back into the abyss. "Stop it!" I shouted, trying to ward off the creeping tendrils of dread curling around my heart. I felt a sudden chill wrap around my ankles, like icy fingers reaching up from the depths below, testing the boundaries of my resolve. In that chilling moment, the air shifted, warping into an unnatural silence that felt suffocating, pressing in on all sides. In the blink of an eye, the darkness that had been pushed back began to slither forward again, like smoke coiling from a smoldering fire. I felt a force pulling at my very essence, tugging me toward the shadows that loomed like hungry beasts, waiting for their moment to strike. I took a step backward, alarm echoing in my mind. Just then, a chill slithered down my spine, and I turned around to see small, darting shadows flitting past the pools of fading light. They were fast, too quick to define, like dark flashes of movement in the corners of my vision, whispering secrets too sinister for the light. "No!" I cried defiantly, forcing myself to stand tall despite the fear gnawing at my edges. The flickering light within me began to thrum with energy again, but it felt different, less like a beacon of hope and more like a weapon I needed to wield against the ever-encroaching dread. This was not over, and I had to stand my ground. Every heartbeat echoed in the silence as I took a tentative step forward, the ground beneath my feet unstable, almost as if it sensed my fear and was eager to swallow me whole. In the distance, shadows twisted into surreal shapes, morphing into grotesque figures with anguished faces that seemed to scream in silence, their mouths stretching wide without sound. It was a ghastly reminder of the souls that had suffered here, whispering their fate in every darkened crevice of the cavern. Determination surged within me. I would not let them win. "I am here for you," I shouted, my voice slicing through the oppressive silence like a blade. I focused on the encroaching shadows, tornadoes of dark forms swirling around, becoming more solid, more threatening. Then came the growls, low, menacing sounds rumbling in the depths of the cavern. I could feel the vibrations thumping against my chest, drumming a steady rhythm of fear. The shadows began to form, great, looming presences that towered overhead, creating shapes that reminded me of nightmares I had long since buried. Their hollow eyes glimmered with pure menace, reflecting a hunger that sent icy fingers crawling back through my spine. "You will join us soon," they taunted, their voices harmonizing into a cacophony of dread. It felt real, that sense of inescapable fate wrapping its grip around me, drawing me into their sorrow and desperation. With the cavern alive with shadowy forms, I felt cornered, trapped in a mirage of fear. I staggered back, bumping against the cold, slick wall behind me, and I could feel the weight of their sinister energy pressing in further until it was suffocating. Just when I thought they'd pull me into their eternal embrace, the lights surged again, a blistering brightness bursting from my heart, illuminating the chamber with raw force, pushing backward against the shadows. "Get away from me," I yelled, and the shadows screeched in reply, recoiling from the radiant blast, momentarily retreating. The light flickered and hummed around me, dancing in defiance, as I channeled my fears into fierce resolve. I wouldn't just be a victim, I would be the vengeance. But it didn't stop there. Beyond the howling shadows, I spotted movement, a figure emerging from the blackness, creeping slowly forward. Its features were indistinguishable, blurred and wavering, yet something about it drew my gaze. Was this another victim, or something darker, sent to entice me into despair? "Help us," it moaned, its voice echoing eerily across the chamber. As it stepped into the light, I saw its face, distorted, twisted with anguish, eyes hollow and lifeless. It looked like a distorted reflection of myself, mirroring my own fears, my own struggles. I felt a terrible, sympathetic ache deep within, fighting against the gut-wrenching horror of its existence. Desperation clawed at me as the figure took another step, reaching out its hand as if to pull me closer into its sorrowful embrace. "You will become one with the darkness, just like us," it whispered ominously, the edges of its presence beginning to blur and twist back into the surrounding shadows as if they were alive, eager to reclaim what they had lost. I staggered back again, heart racing. Panic surged within me as an overwhelming wave of despair threatened to crash down and drown me. "Don't listen to them," I yelled, each word laced with conviction and fear. The cries of the hidden souls surged anew, echoing ominously for my attention. Coaxing, threatening, pleading. They pulled at my mind like roots digging deep into the earth, and for a moment, I felt myself start to sway, torn between the light I fought so hard to protect and the consuming darkness that seemed to be ever so alluring. But I stood firm, focusing on the warmth within my chest, feeling the flickering flame of resistance growing stronger. "Enough!" I shouted, my voice piercing the suffocating air, and as if summoned by my call, a burst of radiant light erupted from my hands, filling the entire cavern. The shadows recoiled, their forms flickering wildly, vanishing like smoke in the wind, losing their grip as the intensity of my courage surged forward. But just as I felt the barriers of reality shatter, the cavern trembled violently. Fragments of rock loosened above and tumbled, sending plumes of dust spiraling through the air. "You cannot escape," a voice rumbled, deeper than the shadows, resonating through the cavern walls like thunder. I looked up, eyes wide as dark tendrils snaked back from the depths, flickering like flames desperate to snuff out the light. "I will not let you take me," I roared back, shooting beams of pure energy into the depths, hoping to push back the phantoms rising ever closer. The air crackled with my determination, but for each flurry of brilliance, the darkness shrieked, a voice that chilled my very essence. Shadows coalesced into a massive swirling storm, winds whipping furiously around me, seeking to drag me down, to drown my spark in the same abyss that had claimed so many before. Then, out of the chaos, I noticed something stone-like waver at the core of the dark storm, a pulsing heart of shadows, chaotic and malignant, holding all that darkness captive. That's where the source of despair lay. I had to find a way to destroy it, if I wanted my freedom and the freedom of the lost souls still lingering in this nightmarish realm. My breath quickened as I steeled myself for one final push, the light inside me throbbing like a war drum, a force waiting to be released. "This ends now," I yelled again, channeling everything into that singular moment of clarity. I would not be just another name lost among the whispers of the forgotten. With one last surge, I let my light explode toward the pulsing heart of darkness, aiming to obliterate it once and for all, in the hopes of breaking the sinister cycle of despair that had haunted this place and me. The cavern exploded with energy, a blinding brilliance erupting forth, engulfing everything around me in a tide of light. But as the shadows surged against the light, I sensed something within me waver, a flicker of doubt threatening my resolve. Darkness snaked around the light, wrapping around its edges like fingers pulling me back. I could feel its cold breath on my neck, a reminder of how close I was to losing everything. Whispers seeped through the cracks, a cacophony of despair that twisted around my mind, drowning my thoughts in fear. "Join us, you can't fight it." The voices drowned each other out, overlapping in a grotesque symphony that tugged at my heart, filling me with dread. The shadows pulsed, beckoning me closer, using my emotions against me. Images flashed through my mind, faces of loved ones, friends, the warmth of laughter that once filled my life. They all slowly morphed into hollow shells, mouths moving in silent screams, reminding me that no one might come to save me. I stumbled back, the ground slick beneath my feet. The fear of being consumed crept up my spine and tightened around my throat. Every flicker, Every moment of hesitation fed the shadows. They began to solidify again, twisting into grotesque figures that bore the gaunt faces of lost souls, their hollow eyes digging into me, pulling me under. "No!" I cried out, forcing the light within me to burst forth even more fiercely. The flash was so blinding that it felt like piercing through the darkness itself. Yet, the shadows reacted, contorting and growing more erratic, swirling into monstrous forms that taunted me. I could almost hear their laughter, cool and mocking, echoing around the cavern walls like an unholy chant. As the melee of shadow figures surrounded me, I noticed the cavern's walls trembling, cracks appearing as if the very earth beneath me was reacting to their unbearable fury. I felt a rush of air, like breath, hot and fetid, sweeping through the darkness, pushing me back as the shadows closed in. Suddenly, one of the figures broke through the chaos, a face thrust close to mine, twisted and barbed with anguish. "You think you can escape?" it hissed, eyes glinting like shards of glass. Its breath was rancid, filling my senses with a wave of nausea. I could barely breathe as panic gripped my chest. I raised my hands instinctively, a feeble shield against the dark entity, and released a pulse of light with every ounce of will I could muster. The radiant energy expanded, flickering like a flame, trying to fight a windstorm, and the figure howled, but didn't retreat. "Your bravery is foolish," it screeched, claws swiping dangerously close, ripping through the air, just inches from my face. I could feel the heat from its presence glowing, and a wave of dread washed over me. The cavern trembled violently, rocks overhead starting to crumble and fall, each piece a reminder of how fragile my situation was. I backed away further, my heart racing as the shadows grew bolder, moving like a tide of darkness that consumed everything within their reach. Each flicker of light I produced felt drained as they absorbed the energy with ravenous glee, laughter echoing around me, drowning out my fears. Then, another shape burst through the darkness, this one more submerged in shadow, spreading an all-consuming chill that reached out like creeping ice. It loomed larger than the rest, an imposing figure that sent a shiver of primal terror through me. "You dare disrupt our feast?" it hissed, voice deep and serrated, echoing with an authority that felt ancient, cold as the grave itself. I felt my legs weaken beneath me, my resolve threatening to snap in the face of such overwhelming despair. "I won't let you take me," I shouted, fighting my instinct to flee, summoning the last remnants of courage I had. My voice quivered, but I forced every ounce of defiance into those words. The cacophony around me shifted. It was as if my words had hung in the air, challenging the darkness. The monstrous figure hesitated, and for just a fleeting second, I saw a crack in its facade. A hint of uncertainty flickered through its hollow eyes. But the shadow burst forth again, roaring, shaking the ground beneath my feet. "You are weak. You will become one of us." Suddenly, the shadows closed in, swirling around me, and I was engulfed in a suffocating mass of darkness. My heart raced as I felt the pull of despair clawing at my throat, tightening like a noose. I couldn't breathe. Then a terrifying howl erupted from all directions, the very air charged with an energy of raw hatred that seeped into my bones. I clenched my fists, fighting the need to give in, to allow myself to be consumed by this overwhelming fear. The shadows pressed harder, slicing through my light, filling the cavern with a sense of dread that threatened to swallow me whole. In the depths of that all-consuming darkness, I caught a glimmer of movement. Figures moving just outside the light's reach, faces appearing and disappearing like restless spirits, each face twisting in eternal agony. I could almost hear their cries mingled with the shadows, despair resonating through the cavern, urging me to surrender, to come join them in their suffering. It was overwhelming. I felt tears prick at the corners of my eyes, fear creeping in like a thief in the night. "I won't!" I screamed defiantly, drawing on whatever strength I had left. Every fiber of my being burned with determination. I would not give in. Not now. I thought of the faces I had seen, their haunting screams urging me to break the cycle of despair. With a roar that reverberated through my body, I drew from the light inside, pooling everything I had left and thrust it outward in a blinding wave. The brilliance poured from me, and the shadows shrank back, screeching and twisting in agony as the light ripped through their essence. In that moment, I felt a surge of power. The shadows recoiled in fear, unraveling like threads of fabric pulled taut until they frayed and fell apart. But before I could revel in my moment of triumph, the massive shadow figure lurched forward again, its form twisting and elongating, charging directly toward me with speed that took my breath away. "Fool!" it bellowed, and as it lunged, the ground cracked beneath its weight, sending tremors coursing through my body. The force was immense, and a sense of dread washed over me. I barely had time to react before it reached me, mouth wide open, revealing rows of glistening teeth soaked in the energies of the damned. The darkness pressed in from all sides, and I was engulfed once more in a whirlwind of anguish and despair. Just as I felt myself slipping into the abyss again, a spark ignited deep inside me. It wasn't just my fear motivating me anymore. No, it was something deeper, intertwined with the memories of all those lost souls urging me to fight back. I drew from their pain, channeling it, using it as fuel to ignite my final stand. "This ends now," I yelled, unleashing a final surge of brilliance deep from my core. The chamber exploded with radiant energy, waves crashing against the towering shadow, flinging it backwards in a vortex of light. But as the shadows receded, I felt a chilling whisper at the back of my mind, slithering like a serpent amongst the lingering echoes of laughter. "You can't escape. We are one," it hissed, a promise laced with malice that lingered just outside the reach of my light. Chilled to my core, I steadied myself amidst the fading echoes and flickering shapes. The shadows may have retreated, but a creeping sense of fear coursed through me. Had I truly won? Would they be content to let me go? Or would they persist, finding another way to consume me? As the glow slowly seeped into the cavern, illuminating the lost souls trapped in the remnants of despair, I knew this struggle was far from over. They lingered in the shadows beyond, waiting, their sorrow demanding my attention, hungry for release. And beneath it all, that whisper echoed louder, warning me that even now, the darkness was far from vanquished. But as the glow slowly seeped into the cavern, illuminating the lost souls trapped in the remnants of despair, I knew this struggle was far from over. They lingered in the shadows beyond, waiting, their sorrow demanding my attention, hungry for release. And beneath it all, that whisper echoed louder, warning me that even now, the darkness was far from vanquished. The faces of the lost, once hopeless figures begging for release, now glimmered in the fading light, their expressions shifting between anguish and hope. "Help us," they murmured, their voices a haunting blend of fear and desire. I was torn between wanting to escape this nightmare and the pull of compassion in my heart. It felt like an unending cycle, each face a reminder of my own mortality and the darkness I had faced. "Why won't you leave us?" one voice wailed, echoing off the cavern walls, and I could feel the weight of their despair. It pressed down on me like crushing stones. I took a shaky step forward, drawn toward them, my heart racing as a chill sliced through the air. It was an unsettling dance of light and shadow, fueling my inner turmoil. Suddenly, the whisper escalated into a deafening roar, a cacophony of chilling laughter and wails filling the cavern, drowning out my thoughts. "You cannot save them," it screeched, laughter mingling with cries of anguish, vibrating through the stone walls, causing the very ground beneath me to tremble. With that sound, tendrils of darkness began to weave back through the light. They slithered around my feet, creeping up my legs, cold and suffocating. I could almost feel the chill of the grave wrapping around me, threatening to drag me down into the depths of despair. Every instinct screamed for me to flee, to break free from the suffocating grip of those shadows. I closed my eyes for a moment, summoning every ounce of strength left inside me. "No, I can't give in," I shouted into the chaos, forcing the words to pierce through the wailing storm. The shadows momentarily stilled, as if contemplating my defiance, and I felt a flicker of something stirred deep within, a hidden spark of hope buried beneath layers of darkness. Taking a deep breath, I opened my eyes and focused on the trapped souls before me. They shifted, their faces morphing into grotesque masks of agony, glistening with an unnatural sheen. "You have the power," another voice rasped, reminiscent of someone I once knew. "Set us free." As those words hung in the air, shadows twitched and twisted around me, seeping closer, tightening their grip. I could feel despair's heavy hand clutching at my heart, turning my blood to ice. What if they're just trying to deceive me? I questioned, my inner voice filled with doubt. But then I saw it, the flicker of something else deep in their hollow eyes. A yearning, a need for liberation, not only from their prison, but from the pain that bound them to this cursed place. With renewed determination, I felt the light within me flare again, emboldened by the desperate hope around me. The cavern walls seemed to pulse around me, echoing with the cries of the souls, vibrating with a dark force that threatened to consume all light. I could feel the shadows tightening, creeping and clawing at my being. I raised my hands, gathering the light deeper than ever before, channeling everything I had felt, every heartbeat, every pang of sorrow, every moment of fright. "Let them go!" I shouted, my voice cutting through the murk like a knife, resonating through the cavern with pure desperation. The shadows recoiled, twisting away from the surge of luminescence, and the faces of the lost flickered in and out of focus, caught in the balance between hope and despair. But the monstrous shadow figure emerged once more, glaring at me with a malevolent hunger, all teeth and shadowy malice. "You are a fool," it bellowed, voice booming like thunder, shaking the very ground beneath me. "You think light can destroy us?" With a fierce howl, it lunged at me, the darkness spilling from its maw like a black tide, consuming everything in its path. The cavern quivered, rocks crashing down around me as I felt a surge of panic rush through my veins. I barely had time to react as the wave of shadow collided with my shimmering light, a blinding clash that sent shockwaves reverberating through my body. Fear gripped me as I felt the shadows wrap tighter, squeezing the light within me, threatening to snuff it out. Every scream of anguish echoed louder, blurring together into an inescapable din. I could feel the souls around me, some reaching out, while others recoiled in terror. "Help us! Don't leave us!" they whimpered, their voices blending with the cacophony. With every shred of willpower I could muster, I focused on that single point of light deep inside me. I called to the lost souls, desperate to remind them of their strength. "Together, we can fight," I screamed, forcing the words from my lips, a lifeline against the rising tide of shadows. Their faces shimmered for an instant, vibrant against the overwhelming darkness, and I felt the cavern pulsate with power. I wasn't just fighting for myself anymore. I was fighting for every soul bound to this oppressive darkness. Together, we could rise against this horror. As vibrations coursed through the stones beneath me, I rallied my fractured spirit, unleashing my final burst of brilliance. The energy surged forward, streaming from my hands like a beacon, illuminating every crevice of the cavern. Light flooded the space around me, forcing shadows back and creating a divide in the darkness. But the monstrous figure twisted in anguish, howling as the shadows around it frayed, unraveling like threads of a worn tapestry. Its form flickered, shifting between grotesque visages and fleeting glimpses of the figures I had seen before. "You will pay for this," it hissed, voice dripping with venomous intent, echoing through the suffocating darkness. The cavern shook again, rocks clattering together like thunder, while the shadows writhed in response to my growing light. The walls glimmered ominously, shadows pulling against the light's hold, desperately trying to reclaim their dominion. I could sense the desperation curling around me, thickening the air, turning it electric with the fierce fight of shadow against light. My heart raced as I focused all my strength into a final surge, transforming my fear into sheer determination. "I won't let you take me. I won't let you take them," I yelled, the words pouring out from a place of deep-seated fury, roaring against the imposing darkness. The cavern trembled as my light surged, forcing shadows back once more, but I could feel the strain, the pressure pushing against me. It felt as if the shadows were fighting back with an unyielding ferocity, claws scrabbling at the edges of my resolve. Each whisper, each echo, tried to drown out my inner strength, instilling doubt. I could see the shadow figure lunging toward me again, and panic surged within me once more. It moved with unnatural speed, a black predator, eyes locked onto its target me. As it drew closer, its mouth opened wide, pouring forth a dreadful silence filled with the cries of the damned. "Join us! Accept your fate!" it roared, shadows seeping from its mouth like smoke, heavy and thick. I closed my eyes for a mere moment, bracing myself against the crushing weight of its presence, reminding myself of the flicker of hope still alive within the souls around me. As their faces appeared vividly in my mind, I pushed past the fear threatening to envelop me, harnessing the fervor from their cries. And then, all at once, I opened my eyes, light bursting forth from within me, surging like a tidal wave. "No!" I shouted, and the blast of energy expanded outward, consuming the darkness in a brilliant flash. For a moment, the shadow's form faltered, hesitating against the radiant force of my will. I could feel the twisted fingers of darkness clawing at the edges of my light. But as I pressed forward, the air became charged with electrifying energy, buzzing with defiance. With every ounce of faith in myself and the souls trapped around me, I pushed ahead, breaking through the veil of despair, dispersing the shadows like dust scattering in the wind. Yet, the monstrous figure wailed, rage boiling over. "This isn't the end! You cannot escape us!" As its voice echoed through the cavern, the darkness exhaled, and I felt a chill run down my spine. I knew I hadn't won. This battle was only the beginning. The shadows might have receded, but I could feel their presence lurking, a constant reminder that I had yet to face the true horror that lay ahead. As I stood there, surrounded by the faint cries of the souls I yearned to free, I realized the darkness would always be clawing at my back, whispering promises and threats, waiting for a moment of weakness to strike. And deep inside me, a gnawing fear remained. What if my light was never enough to keep the darkness at bay? What if their cries continued to resonate, binding me to this eternal struggle, where both light and shadow would dance forever in a twisted ballet of desperation? Determination hardened within me, and I knew I had to uncover the truth of this dark pit, for agency lay beyond this flicker. I took a step forward, braced for whatever horrors still awaited in the shadows. With each lingering glance cast into the abyss, I felt the pull of darkness. It lurked just out of sight, waiting for me to falter. The emptiness yawned before me, a gaping maw that seemed to whisper secrets from places beyond this world. And just as I thought the darkness was nothing but a fleeting echo, a shadow moved, catching my eye. I froze, heart pounding against my ribcage, breath caught in my throat. Was it a trick of the light or something more sinister, lurking just beyond the edge of my awareness? Feeling the hairs on my neck prickle, I turned my gaze toward the source of the movement, straining to pierce the oppressive gloom that swallowed everything whole. In the depths of the cavern, something flickered, a pale glow emerging just out of reach, pulling my attention deeper into the murky shadows. "Stay away," I thought, but my body betrayed me, inching forward despite my growing dread. What darkness awaited me there? I had faced the restless spirits, the torment of the shadows, but now a new threat lingered, something that lay waiting just beyond the fringes of light, a silent predator in a world of fear. As the glow intensified, revealing contours of the cavern. My heart raced. I could sense the entity watching me, its presence weaving through the dim light and darkness, like an insidious tendril slithering along the floor. "What are you?" echoed in my mind, but no answer came as I braced myself for whatever awaited. Then, with a sudden lurch, tendrils of shadow shot from the depths, coiling around my limbs like vicious snakes. I struggled to pull free, but they were anchored to me, growing tighter with each frantic movement. "You will not escape." The whisper materialized around me like a cold mist, wrapping around my thoughts. Gritting my teeth, I summoned every ounce of defiance. "I refuse," I yelled, yanking against the grip which felt like ice stark against my skin. The shadows recoiled momentarily, and I seized the chance to surge forward, breaking through the barrier of ephemeral darkness. My heart hammered. I could almost feel victory within reach. Yet a sense of foreboding lingered, like an ever-watchful eyed behind every flicker of light. Just then, the cavern trembled once more, and the shadows roared, angry and wounded, swirling like a tempest around me. "You think you're free?" they screamed, their mocking laughter clanging around me, filling the air with a bone-chilling resonance. Amidst the chaos, the pale glow pulsed, revealing itself as a figure, skin like ash, eyes glinting with the allure of lost dreams. It rose slowly from the depths, ethereal yet distinctly horrifying, a blend of sorrow and malicious glee. I was captivated by its presence, caught between understanding and dread as it hovered closer, its features twisting with every flicker of light. "Join us," it whispered, and I could feel the pull of its promise wrapping around my mind like a shroud. There was something enticing in its voice, a quiet understanding that beckoned me. My heart raced anew, not in fear, but in desperate curiosity. Who was this figure? What did it want? Before I could respond, the shadows lashed out again, capturing my focus. They slithered closer, encroaching on my space, gnashing teeth glistening in anticipation. The sound was haunting, a low growl vibrating through the air. "Come back," they spat. "You belong to us now." The insidious tension in that only continued to rise, swirling around me like a storm. The insidious tension in the air continued to rise, swirling around me like a storm, thick with dread and despair. I could feel those shadows, alive and hungry, creeping ever closer. Each lash of darkness felt like icy fingers trailing across my skin, igniting every nerve with fear. "Come back," they whispered again. "Together we can be whole. You cannot fight destiny." The pale figure lingered just out of reach, shimmering as if caught between worlds. I could sense its curiosity mirrored in my own dread, a blend that twisted within me, gnawing at any flicker of resolve I still clung to. The shadows writhed, darting around me in a grotesque dance, their eyes glowing menacingly as if feasting on my trepidation. I felt my breath catch in my throat, chill coursing through me. As I stood, suspended between light and darkness, the cavern walls around me pulsated with a mind of their own. Each pulse unleashed a wave of whispers, countless voices crying out, resonating with desperation. "Help us! Don't let them take you!" They screamed, mingled cries piercing into my soul. The sight of their loss pulled at my heart, fighting against the despair that threatened to engulf me completely. I searched the crowd of faces in the haze of darkness. Tears and agony etched into every one, reminding me of their unfulfilled lives. A surge of strength bubbled within me. The thought of abandoning them lit a flame in my gut. "No, I will not join you," I shouted defiantly, grappling with the shadows that twisted closer like serpents. I could feel their laughter resonate through my bones, vibrating through the very core of my being. The cavern shook with their fury, sending shards of rock tumbling down, dust swirling around me like a storm of anguish. "Let me go," I pleaded, my voice wavering only slightly. But deep down I was afraid of what would happen if I surrendered. The shadowy tendrils shrank back momentarily, surprised at my sudden conviction. I seized the moment, pushing that hidden fire, determined not to let them overwhelm me. With every ounce of energy, I yelled, "You may think you can take me, but I'm stronger than you realize." The shadows paused, and the cavern filled with tension, thick like a fog. I reached deep within myself, tapping into that lingering bit of hope, that flicker of light. I felt it pulse and swell until I was ready to unleash it, my heart pounding in sync with the fierce energy rising within. With a primal roar, I released the light, forcing the shadows back with a wave of brilliance so bright it burned my eyes. The cavern trembled, walls shook, echoes rebounding around me. The shadowy figures shrieked, their cries of rage mingling with the sounds of crumbling rock, but I didn't relent. I pressed forward, illuminating the darkness around me, pushing the terrifying tendrils further into the corners of the cavern. However, that pale figure flinched not. It moved closer, undeterred by the brilliance, eyes glinting with something other than fear. "You can't cast me away so easily," it whispered, voice a seductive melody that stirred confusion deep within. I could see its body forming and shifting, caught in a grotesque dance that seemed both alluring and terrifying. "What do you want from me?" I demanded, my voice trembling despite my efforts to sound strong. "To come home," it responded softly, its words wrapping around me like a caress. "You have only to accept what you truly are. The darkness and the light exist within you. Embrace it." The shadows writhed, their hissing laughter a dark chorus, encircling me and drowning out everything else. "Accept your destiny," they echoed, voices swirling together, wrapping tighter around my mind. "You don't have to fight. You can belong." Yet with each pulse, I clung to the desperate cries of the lost, weaving through the cacophony. I couldn't abandon them. Whatever twisted fate awaited me in the depths of shadows. I took a step back, my heart pounding as I faced the figure, feeling an invisible barrier between us. A choice loomed before me, but it was heavy with the weight of consequences. In that moment, the earth trembled again, shaking violently. The shadowed figure swirled, its expression shifting from allure to desperation. "You are ours," it screamed, as the ground split open beside me, dark chasms yawning wide, ready to swallow me whole. I felt the stone beneath me crumble, gravel sliding from underneath my feet, sending me tumbling. The shadows raced to encircle me, clawing and pulling me toward the abyss that beckoned. I dug my fingers into the earth, frantic, trying to resist as darkness coiled around my limbs like tightening vines. Desperation surged anew, filled with a primal urge to fight against the pull of despair. "This can't be how it ends," I roared, feeling power bubbling at my core as I summoned the light. It radiated outward like a shockwave, pushing back against the encroaching shadows, forcing them to retreat once more. But they hissed, anger rising into a furious crescendo, their rage echoing like thunder. "You think your light will save you?" They spat, tendrils lashing violently against my defenses. "How long can you fight where you ultimately belong?" I could feel the weight of their words pressing in, clouding my resolve. In that moment of chaos, I made a decision fueled by the fear that raced through me. "I will not succumb to your darkness," I screamed, gathering every ounce of strength, pushing against the shadows with relentless determination. The light surged again, erupting in a violent display of brilliance, illuminating the entire cavern, sending shadows skittering like roaches caught in the light. Yet amidst the swirling chaos, that pale figure hovered, its serene expression unbroken. "Join us, and you will be free," it cooed, voice enticing like a siren song. "The struggle isn't worth the pain. We will ease your suffering." My heart raced, doubt creeping in, but I fought it. I had come too far to let them pull me down. "I refuse," I shouted defiantly, but an unsettling feeling rose in my throat. What if this wasn't my true nature? What if I belonged in that dark embrace? As those lingering thoughts crept in, I felt the cavern shudder more violently, the ground trembling beneath me as glimmers of light flickered in and out. Was the darkness somehow winning? Panic coursed through my veins, but I couldn't let it consume me. I needed to stand firm. Yet, the shadows were relentless, their winds howling like a storm. They clawed at the edges of my mind, whispering sweet nothings, promising power, safety, and an end to pain. The very walls of the cavern vibrated with their voices, each syllable piercing through the air and pounding against my skull. Why fight when you can be free? The figure's words resonated deeper now, a haunting melody tugging at the very essence of my being. You can save yourself and release the others. All you have to do is surrender. But in that moment, I caught a glimpse of the souls trapped in the darkness, their faces twisted in anguish. I couldn't betray them. Their hopeful eyes turned to mine, urging me not to give in. And suddenly, realization washed over me. This fight wasn't just about me. It was about everyone who had suffered and perished here. I focused on the light within, grounding myself in purpose. Each heartbeat echoed with determination, and I felt the vibration of my resolve ripple through the air. I will save us, I proclaimed, steeling my mind against the temptation. As the shadows lunged, I thrust my hands forward, unleashing a raw surge of light that enveloped everything, a blinding expanse filling the cavern, drowning out darkness like a cleansing tide. The ghastly screams of the shadows were maddening, filled with rage and desperation, yet something shifted inside me. Hope surged like a wildfire, racing through my veins, bridging the distance between me and the trapped souls. In that clashing moment, something dark twisted around my mind, and it was then I realized this was not just a fight. It was an awakening. The very essence of darkness was part of me, an inseparable entity coiled within my core. The mystery of who I truly was materialized before me, as light and dark grappled for dominance. I had to embrace both to find balance. I'm not just light. I'm not just dark. My voice cut through the cacophony, echoing into the depths of the cavern, as powerful energy rippled through me, resounding in the air like thunder. The shadows retreated, warping and hissing. The pale figure shuddered as my defiance grew, morphing into a chaotic mixture of shadow and luminescence, a fusion of what I feared and what I cherished. Together, we will rise, I shouted. The light pierced through the cavern, illuminating every soul trapped in darkness, awakening them from a lethargy born of despair. In that electric moment, the shadows began to shift, their forms flickering as they writhed in pain, a battle for supremacy spiraling to its climax. Yet even as I pushed forth, I felt a shadowy, tendril snake around my ankle, pulling me back toward darkness. You cannot escape your fate, the shadows shrieked, a siren cry that resonated through the cavern, surrounding me with despair. They pressed harder, and I fought back, clawing my way to the surface, to the light. No! I screamed, voice filled with purpose. We are more than fear and betrayal. I can break this cycle. The shadows coiled, and in a final desperate act, I unleashed the surge of light within, a force so powerful that it shook the very fabric of the cavern. White-hot energy exploded outward, flooding the cavern with brilliance, and I could hear the cries of the lost harmonizing with the brilliant pulse of my determination. But amid the shimmering brilliance, the shadows roared in defiance. We are eternal. We live within you. The cry became a deafening howl, and I could feel the walls of the cavern crack, trembling at the weight of their fury. I pressed on, channeling every shred of light, every cry of resolve into this final moment. As the shadows pushed back, launching dark tendrils into my light, something shifted inside me. I could feel the power of countless souls, their pain fueling my spirit, intertwining until it became a cathartic force that propelled me forward. What I am is enough, I yelled, voice steady amid the chaos, and with one final surge of determination, I forced the light into every inch of the cavern. I glanced back at the figures, their hopeful glimmers piercing the dense darkness around me. And in an instant, all that darkness exploded outward, swirling in a tempest that erupted against the walls of the cavern. I felt the push of that radiant essence, a force so vivid that it carved through the shadows like a sword. They shrieked in horror, unraveling like ribbons of smoke, fleeing in all directions as the light consumed everything. For a moment, I thought it was over, but from the depths, a guttural growl reverberated, echoing through the space as a dark mass gathered once more, swirling together, coalescing in a grotesque shape. You think you've won? You cannot banish us. A chilling shadow, wider and darker than before, surged from the abyss, emanating a power that twisted my gut. It formed into a vast figure, looming over me, with eyes like twin abysses, gazing down with pure malevolence. It is time to accept your fate, it breathed, voice low and threatening, vibrating through the very stones beneath me. As the presence grew stronger, I gritted my teeth, ready to fight once more. The power surged within me, not only from myself, but from the collective essence of those I had rallied around me. As the shadows encroached, blocking my path, I felt a swell of defiance replace my fear. I will not surrender, I shouted, emboldened by the light from every face I had seen. You can claim nothing from me. With an unexpected roar, the light burst forth again, showering the entire cavern with an overwhelming brilliance. As it expanded, I could feel the souls around me, their energies merging with mine, resolving into something larger, something unstoppable. The dark figure faltered, its twisted expression of rage crumbling as it clashed against my radiant force. The collision between shadow and light raged on, igniting the air around us. I held my ground, refusing to back down as the darkness writhed and hissed, clawing at the edges of my light, grappling with the essence of hope I instilled. At that moment, I understood it wasn't just about me, it was about everyone caught in this darkness. The cavern was a battleground, where the eternal struggle between shadow and light manifested that I couldn't fully grasp. All around me, the cave felt alive, its space stretching and contracting like a living, breathing entity. The air crackled with energy, and I knew I had to channel the fear and hope I felt into something powerful enough to finally put an end to this. I gathered my strength, mixing desperation with focus, every ounce of my energy coalescing into a brilliant ball of light. The darkness slithered closer, trying to envelop me, but I held my ground. Shadows twisted around my ankles, whispering with malevolent glee, a cacophony of taunts threatening to drown me out. "You are weak," they snarled. "You will fall like all that came before." But their words only fueled the fire within me. I remembered the faces of those lost, their pain mingling with mine, and I couldn't let that sacrifice be in vain. Gathering all my resolve, I unleashed light with a fierce cry, aiming to banish the darkness once and for all. As the light burst forth, it clashed against the oppressive blackness, illuminating every corner of the cavern. The shadows screamed, a chorus of anguish that pierced my ears, shuddering against the radiant wave. I could see the twisted forms of those trapped within, their faces flickering in and out, reaching out with ghostly hands, pleading for salvation. My heart ached as I realized their plight. But the dark figure loomed larger, its maw opening wide, attempting to consume the very light I fought to create. "You think you can defeat me?" it bellowed, the cavern vibrating with its voice. "I am eternal. I am the fear that lives within you." I staggered back, feeling the weight of its words. Doubt gnawed at my resolve, and for a moment, I felt myself falter. But then I looked into the eyes of the lost souls, their desperation igniting something primal inside me. I pushed the doubt aside, refusing to let it consume me. "Maybe you are eternal," I shouted defiantly. "But today is not your day." With newfound strength, I focused on the light, channeling a surge of energy through my outstretched hands. An intense glow erupted from within, casting out rays that pierced through the thick darkness like bolts of lightning. The cavern trembled, the shadows screeching in agony as they writhed and recoiled. Each pulse of light, I created was accompanied by a wave of collective hope, memories of warmth and joy flooding through me. Laughter, love, and moments shared with friends and family surrounded me, building a shield against the encroaching darkness. I could feel their spirits rallying, joining my fight, strengthening my resolve. The shadowy figure let out a roar, shifting shapes as it lashed out in frustration. The grotesque mass expanded, twisting into monstrous forms, eyes glaring with malice, each more terrifying than the last. It charged at me, dark tendrils snapping like whips through the air, aiming to snuff out my light. "No!" I yelled, instinctively raising my hands in defiance, unleashing another wave of blinding energy. The light clashed against the darkness with such ferocity that the cavern seemed to echo with the force, reverberating through the stone walls. The shadows contorted, struggling against my brilliance, but I could feel their resolve wavering as my light pushed them back. Still, they fought fiercely, their taunts filling the air, each word ringing with a venomous power. "You are nothing without the darkness," they hissed. "It is where you truly belong. Embrace it." But the whispers only fueled my determination. I couldn't afford to listen, couldn't let their perfidious influence seep into my heart. I took a deep breath, drawing in the energy of the souls around me, filling me with a tangible force, and I let it explode outward once again with a triumphant shout. As the light surged forward, it illuminated the cavern further, revealing horrifying visions within the shadows. I witnessed fleeting memories, twisted images of sorrow and hatred, desperate souls lingering in despair. My heart raced as I saw their battles mirrored in my own, an unending cycle of pain and torment. And then, from the heart of the darkness, something stirred. A voice rose above the chaos, smooth and silky, yet thick with manipulation. "Join me," it whispered enticingly, "and together we can wield true power. Embrace your darkness, and no one will ever have to suffer again." I shivered, the temptation creeping into my thoughts like an insidious vine. A part of me longed to reach out, to claim that power, but the lost souls echoed in my mind, reminding me of the sacrifice they had made. "No!" I cried, my voice breaking through the fog of temptation. "I will never give in." The shadows recoiled, as if stung, and their next assault was more desperate, more frantic. They erupted toward me in a monstrous wave, screeching with a fury that sent shockwaves through the cavern. The overwhelming energy engulfed me, and for a moment, I felt consumed by their darkness, pulled toward the edge of despair. But just then, I remembered the light, my light. I visualized it in my mind, bright and unwavering, the essence of every precious moment I held dear. Gathering my resolve, I pushed back against the encroaching shadow, using every ounce of strength inside me. With a shout, I created a dome of pulsating brilliance, encasing myself in a protective barrier. The shadows splashed against it, howling in rage, flailing helplessly as the light burned them. "You cannot have me," I roared, as the pressure of darkness pressed against my will, determined to crush my spirit. The cavern began to shake violently, rocks tumbling from the ceiling as the fury of light and shadow clashed in a chaotic symphony of terror. The dark figure howled, its form shifting uncontrollably as it struggled against my radiant shield. "You will pay," it screamed, a promise thick with menace. "This is far from over." Suddenly, the shadows broke away from the figure, amalgamating into serpentine forms that slithered toward me, seeking to constrict and bind. I could feel their cold tendrils curling around my limbs, trying to seep into my mind, wrapping around my thoughts like a chokehold. But another memory ignited within me, a moment of pure joy, laughter shared with friends bathed in sunlight, their faces bright with happiness. It fueled a sudden surge that burst forth from my heart, cascading into the shadows like a wave, exploding outward with fierce intensity. The cavern erupted in light, and the shadows shrieked in horror, recoiling violently from the surge that engulfed them. They twisted and writhed, their forms dissolving against the brilliance that surrounded me. The heat of the light washed over me, purging the cold tendrils that once sought to claim me. "I am more than you can grasp," I shouted defiantly, feeling the warmth of hope surrounding me, amplifying my energy. I pressed forward, deepening the light as it radiated throughout the cave, pushing the shadows back further, their ghastly forms flickering and shifting ominously. But the dark figure would not yield, glaring at me with a fury that pierced the very air. It took on a new shape, towering above me, its presence dark and suffocating. "You think this is a victory?" it thundered, voice echoing through the cavern like a storm. "You will never truly escape." As if mirroring its words, I felt a sudden pain slicing through the realm of light. The shadows lashed out, grasping at my heart, poking at my fears, whispering all the things I had ever doubted about myself. Each taunt felt like a dark blade, aching against my spirit. But within that moment of vulnerability, I remembered the faces of those I had lost. Their pleas for liberation echoed in my mind, pushing me, igniting a fire I could not ignore. "I will not let your darkness consume me," I howled, harnessing every ounce of defiance and weaving their energy into one last surge of brilliance. The very walls of the cavern vibrated in response as I channeled that energy, pooling all my strength into a single point of light. It exploded outward, expanding far beyond my limits, engulfing every corner of darkness, wrapping around it like a protective shroud. The shadows shrieked in desperate fury, clawing against the radiant tide. "You cannot keep us away. We are a part of you." The voices melded together, rising into a haunting crescendo that shook me to the core. Yet, inside the light, I redefined who I was. I took a deep breath, feeling the essence of every soul I sought to protect mingling within me, giving me strength beyond measure. "But I am not afraid of you," I shouted, my voice a clarion call that echoed through the dark recesses of the cave. The darkness surged toward me, a last-ditch effort to claim its prize, but they were met with the blinding brilliance of my resolve. The energy radiated, and with a deafening roar, the shadows began to unravel, dissipating into nothingness, fading against the overwhelming swell of light. In that climactic moment, the cavern shook, crumbling under the strength of the light I wielded. Silhouettes of the lost danced in the flickering brilliance, their faces expressing both relief and sorrow mingling together as they began to fade. And then, an eerie silence blanketed the cave, the air heavy with an unsettling calm. "I will remember you," I whispered, feeling tears gather in my eyes as the last of their essence mingled with the surrounding light. The shadowed figure collapsed into itself, defeated, with a howl that reverberated long after the last hint of darkness faded into the depths. For a moment, everything was still, a fragile peace settling over the cavern as it illuminated with a soft glow. I felt exhausted but victorious, cradled in a warmth that resonated deep within my soul. But as I stood in that silence, a shiver crawled up my spine. The cave, once a battleground, felt alive in a different way now, as if it was holding its breath. Adjusting to my new reality, I took cautious steps, the shadows now mere remnants of a terrifying struggle. Yet something felt amiss. The walls pulsed softly, a rhythm I couldn't ignore. And then I heard it, a low, haunting whisper, seeping through the cracks of the stone, a voice echoing in a dangerous lull. "You think you have one," the shadows crooned, their voice dripping with malice. "This is far from over." My heart raced as unease washed over me. I glanced around, expecting darkness to rise and consume me yet again. But instead, the cave began to change. The air thickened, and shadows stretched long across the ground, twisting into familiar shapes that sent a chill through me. Faces emerged from the darkness, flickering with a malevolent hunger, eyes glistening like stars in the inky blackness. They were those I had thought saved, but now they encroached, merging with the echoes of despair. It was as if the very memories I had fought to release now twisted into nightmarish forms, come back to haunt me. Welcome back, they whispered in unison, their voices layering over each other, mocking the hope I thought I had secured. Instinctively, I took a step back, dread pooling in my stomach. No, I freed you, I shouted, but my words felt weak against the tide of darkness that surged around me. You can't be here. But their laughter filled the air, chilling my bones as I realized the truth. While I had vanquished the dark figure, its essence lingered, bifurcated into pieces that clung to fear, feeding off despair. You will never escape your own shadows, they taunted, voices echoing, wrapping around me like shadows brought to life. I felt the energy drain from me as they closed in, reminding me of every dark moment I'd ever faced. Doubts burrowed into my mind, threads of anguish woven tight, and for a brief second, I wavered. But then that flicker of determination surged back, rekindled by the memories of those I had fought for. I will not be consumed, I shouted, clenching my fists as my resolve solidified once more. Space shifted around me as I tried to grasp that radiant light, rallying from the depths of my soul. The very same light I had summoned to defeat the dark figure. With a surge of energy, I pushed against the oppressive presence, focusing on the bond one shared with the spirits I had saved. A sphere of light erupted from my core, shattering through the suffocating chains of darkness. With each pulse, the shadows around me recoiled, the mocking faces twisting in horror and rage, their malevolent delight nullified by pure light. Be gone! I roared, feeling the energy expand, radiating outward, illuminating the cavern anew, banishing the fear that had rooted itself deep within me. The shadows writhed in agony, fading like mist under the relentless brightness, echoing in the throes of defeat as the light expanded, sweeping away the shadows that had tormented me. But a low rumble echoed from the depths of the cavern, a sound so deep that it vibrated through my bones, unsettling me to the core. The floor trembled as if the earth itself was disturbed by my defiance. It was a warning, and I felt a sudden chill wash over me. I paused, the radiant energy swirling around me flickering in intensity. The air grew thick with a palpable dread, and the once vanquished shadows began to coalesce again, creeping back like an unwelcome fog. Their whispers turned into an insidious chant that filled my mind, feeding on my fears, making my heart race. Join us, it's easier here, they murmured softly, seductive and dark. You can't fight your own nature. Embrace the inevitable. Give in, and you will find peace. It was like a poison penetrating my thoughts. I fought back, trying to push the invasive words aside. No! I screamed, not wanting their temptations to settle in my mind. This wasn't peace. It was imprisonment disguised as comfort. I could see it now. Shadows danced in the corners of my vision, elongating into twisted forms that reminded me of every dark thought I'd ever had. As their voices grew louder, I stumbled back, the cold encroaching. Whispers turned into a cacophony of despair, drowning out my thoughts. I felt a tightening in my chest, as if the shadows were wrapping around my heart, squeezing tighter with each breath I took. Remember the pain. They hissed, their voices slithering like serpents. It never leaves you. You cannot escape us. The light flickering around me dimmed, and I could see the shadows sliding closer, their monstrous shapes illuminated only by the wavering glow. The grotesque figures reached out, claw-like hands stretching toward me, the nails elongated into sharp, twisted points ready to pierce through my defenses. And amid their chaotic dance, I glimpsed familiar faces, friends and family, their expressions contorted in agony. They were trapped in the darkness, their eyes pleading for release, mixing with the taunts of the shadows. A wave of nausea hit me, visions of their suffering looming high. Is this what I'm destined for? I thought, fighting to stay grounded in the glowing sphere I had created. But their faces faded, replaced by a more grotesque embodiment of torment. The shadow figure reformed, more dreadful and larger than before, encompassing everything I feared within its swirling mass. It towered over me, breathing deeply. You dared to defy me, It intoned, voice a low thunder that sent shivers down my spine. Now you will pay for your insolence. The cavern shook violently as it lunged forward, tendrils of darkness snaking through the air, reaching for me. I couldn't let it touch me. I couldn't let it win. I needed to remember my purpose, the fighting spirit inside, the love I carried for those I sought to protect. Raising my arms, I focused on, summoning that deep light again, feeling it pulse with warmth at my core. I will not be consumed, I shouted, pouring everything I had into that sphere, expanding it until every inch of the cavern illuminated with blinding light. But the dark figure screamed, a harrowing sound that reverberated through the air, clawing at the edges of my resolve. You think this light can save you, it snarled, and in its defiance, I felt the shadows respond, swirling in erratic patterns, flickering between dimensions of light and dark. They split apart and reformed into horrifying shapes, shifting into memories and fears I had buried long ago. I saw visions of failure, loss, and treachery, each one melting into another, a chilling reminder of what I had tried to escape. Then I saw her, the face of my closest friend, twisted in despair, echoing her last words, a nightmarish reminder of everything I had feared. You left me, she moaned, her voice tinged with sorrow, barely there, yet piercing through the cacophony. It wasn't my choice. I cried in response, anguish tightening in my throat. I tried. I fought for you. But her haunting gaze remained vacant, swallowed by the shadows that hugged the walls of the cave. As I faltered, an invisible pressure pushed against me, threatening to bring me to my knees. The shadows laughed, their shrill voices echoing around me. Feel it, embrace it, they taunted, slithering closer with every moment of hesitation. You can't escape your past. The cavern became a blur of darkness. Shadows elongated and twisted, creating grotesque recreations of my memories. I felt their presence close, like stone-cold breath brushing against my neck, almost intimate in its violation. You wanted to forget, but we are here to remind you. Fighting against the swirling mass, I grasped the last threads of hope inside me. Your power is rooted in fear, illusion. I shouted back defiantly as a surge of warmth ignited within. You have no hold over me. With a final push, I released all that light, casting it in every direction. The cavern exploded in brightness, piercing through illusions, shattering the currents of despair as the shadows screamed and thrashed around me. But even as the light expanded, I felt unresolved tension, a tugging connection to the darkness that felt just within reach, like a cold hand brushing against my heart, promising a sense of belonging through surrender. I gasped. The shadows could feel my hesitation, sensing the crack in my armor, their voices swirling with renewed strength. Just give in, they whispered sweetly, almost comforting against the relentless chaos of the fight. You are one of us. You will never be alone again. But no, I couldn't give in. I wouldn't let that seductive darkness pull me back into its depths. I am stronger, I shouted, tightening my fists, summoning everything inside to resist the insistent pull of despair. Yet just as I found my footing, I was met by a blinding flash, blurring my vision and disorienting me. The cavern shook violently, tremors racing through the stone as cracks splintered in every direction. The air crackled with unspent energy, and I felt the shadows becoming desperate once again, swirling in a tumultuous frenzy. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the darkness, a tall, gaunt specter cloaked in tattered shadows, eyes glowing like embers. It approached with purpose, and I realized it was not tied to the malicious darkness. Instead, it felt like a haunting echo of my fears. You think you can fight fate? It hissed, voice like gravel sliding across stone. We are intertwined. You cannot sever the ties that bind you to your sorrow. I stumbled back, unease creeping in as its words wrapped around me, slithering into the fabric of my thoughts. I can break free, I insisted, my voice wavering for the first time as uncertainty clawed at me. The figure tilted its head, and a cold smile spread across its face, fanged and twisted. This isn't your fight. This is your destiny. Accept the darkness. There's no shame in surrender. A sense of weight enveloped me, and I felt the shadows gather around, swirling in a dark embrace that felt almost comforting. My heartbeat quickened, and an unsettling chill slithered through me, tickling my spine with doubt. As they closed in, I felt the pressure in my mind build, now teetering on the edge of despair. "Stay back!" I shouted, trying to retreat to the embrace of the light, but I was suffocating in their suffocating grip. Yet beneath that pressure, a different pulse began to rise, a warmth that whispered against the cold, reminding me of laughter and joy, of everything worth fighting for. I grasped onto it, pulling it closer, trying to ignite that spark of hope, but the shadows battered against me, their whispers rising in fervor like a storm. "Join us," they cried, a chorus of desperation mixed with eerie delight. "We don't have to fight. We can coexist. You're never meant to struggle alone. Embrace us." As they wrapped around me, their touch felt familiar, almost like a long-lost friend, but buried within their embrace was a stinging realization that shattered the illusion. I gasped, the revelation hitting me hard. Coexisting with shadows meant bending for their will. "No!" I yelled defiantly, the warmth deep inside me erupting as I refused to yield. The light surged once more, breaking the suffocating grip of darkness, forcing it away with blinding brilliance. I didn't want to remain trapped in memories of sorrow. I wanted the freedom to grow and move forward. The cavern erupted again, glowing fiercely against the encroaching shadows. But their howls filled the space, sounding more furious than ever. "You think this ends here?" Their voices melded into a chorus of hatred and pain. "We will find you again. You can't escape." As my radiant light surged, I walked forward, holding on to the memories of love, resilience, and courage. "I won't let you dictate my fate," I yelled, pushing into the dark storm, feeling the heat of my light clash with the icy fingers reaching back. But even as I fought back, a new fear slithered into my heart, a chilling realization that no matter what, the shadows were part of me now, inseparable, and that defeating them would never mean erasing them completely. And just as it seemed like my light might overwhelm the shadows entirely, they hissed, raising a final wave of darkness that surged forward like a tsunami, threatening to engulf everything I had fought for. I braced myself, feeling the intensity build, every heartbeat like a drum, echoing the desperate struggle between shadow and light. With a scream, I thrust forward, intertwining my energy with the radiant essence I held. But I couldn't help but wonder, was this the true battle? To keep the shadows at bay, or to learn to coexist with them, reshaping my past while moving with the light? The struggle intensified as the clash of darkness and light raged through the cavern, shadows boiling in rage, and I stood there in the eye of the storm, my heart pounding and mind racing, ready to confront the darkness that lurked just beneath the surface. And in that moment of uncertainty, I realized one undeniable truth. The shadows would always be there, lurking in the corners of my mind, waiting for a moment of weakness to rise again. But so would the light, and as I drew a deep breath, I knew I would fight, not only for myself, but for everyone who had ever been lost in the darkness, igniting a battle that would never truly end. As the storm of light and darkness clashed, I felt myself being pulled deeper into the horrific chaos. Each surge of energy sent desperate shivers coursing through me, like ice needles pricking my skin. But amid this chaos, I caught glimpses of the haunting figures, faces distorted in anguish, twisting in the swirling shadows. Their eyes flickered with an unsettling glow, catching the light like shards of broken glass, sparkling insidiously. I realized they were reflections of my own fears, caught in the tempest of my past. Each face a reminder of the pain I had tried to forget, the moments that had left me scarred. The cacophony of their wails filled the air, rising in pitch and desperation. "You can't escape who you are," they shouted, voices blending into a hypnotic chant that echoed in my mind like a taunting lullaby. I pressed my hands to my ears, trying to block out the sound, but it seeped in, wrapped around my thoughts like creeping vines, squeezing them tighter. In the throes of their haunting cries, the shadows started to morph again, shifting in grotesque shapes that danced before my eyes. I could see them taking on the likeness of my deepest regrets, manifesting into creatures born of darkness, whispers of treachery creeping into the corners of the cavern. They grinned, utterly malevolent, swarming around me, their features blending together to create a monstrous chorus, all twisted in a dance of insanity. The ones you loved are gone, they hissed, their voice low and terrifying like the growl of distant thunder. You abandoned them. They are lost because of you. Terror gripped my heart, and I felt the ground beneath me shift as if the cavern itself was alive, punishing me, demanding I confront the dreadful reality. I staggered backward, my breath quickening as the shadows lunged forward. Out of the darkness leapt a figure, a distorted version of myself, its eyes hollow, its mouth curled into a cruel sneer. You will never be whole again, it mocked, echoes of my insecurities lacing its words. The sheer sight of it sent a shiver down my spine, a sickening knot forming in my stomach. It moved closer, its wretched breath cold against my skin, the stench of decay clinging to it like a shroud. In a desperate attempt to regain control, I forced myself to focus on the light. I centered my energy, willing it to expand further, but the shadow self drew nearer, reaching out with its claw-like fingers, the nails ragged and shimmering with an oily darkness that promised nothing but pain. Embrace the shadows, it whispered seductively. Let them in. It will be easier that way. I fought against the thrumming pressure in my chest as its voice slithered through my mind, chilling my resolve. No! I shouted fiercely, grappling with the darkness around me. In that moment, a flicker of bright light ignited within, fueled by determination and remembrance of those I loved. But the shadows shrieked in protest, swirling around me, dark tendrils snaking toward my heart, coaxing at old wounds that had barely healed. I could feel their grasp tightening as they pulled me down. You can't ascend, they jeered, fangs glinting menacingly, revealing the sharpness of their intentions. Just then, the cavern wall creaked ominously, echoing like a warning. Dark cracks spread like spider webs, creating fissures where ghastly whispers spilled forth. The shadows surged, pulling me toward the growing abyss, a darkness so deep that it felt like a void threatening to swallow everything whole. The crushing cold began to seep into my very soul, suffocating and all-consuming. In that moment, I remembered the light, and my resolve solidified. I steadied myself, feeling the warmth of my memories flood me again. The laughter, the love, and the fights worth fighting for. Summoning every ounce of strength, I shouted, I am not afraid. I will not lose to you. The darkness responded with a furious roar, chaos erupting as the shadows collided with my light, creating waves of energy that distorted the cavern. My heart raced as I unleashed a burst of pure light, pushing it outward like a shield against the chaotic onslaught. But the shadows only grew more furious, merging and twisting, forming an amalgamation of my darkest fears. Shouts of betrayal bouncing off the dark walls. They filled the air with a rancid laughter, taunting me as the figures seeped back, losing their coherent forms and transforming into grotesque, cartoonish caricatures of insecurity that clawed at my sanity. Why do you fight? The disembodied voices asked, their tones slick and dripping. Everything you love will be lost to you. With a fierce determination, I pressed forward, pushing the light even harder, shimmering barriers flashing against my enemies. It ignited the dark energies, mixing and swirling, a dance of banishment, but their whispers festered, echoing in my mind, insistent and relentless. Suddenly, the cavern pulsed like a living heartbeat, shadows playing cruel tricks on my senses. I found myself altered, confused, the images of my loved ones torn and twisted into nightmarish visions. I saw myself standing alone, Their faces faded into indistinct shadows, whispers melding into confusion. "You did this. It's all your fault." I staggered, shaking my head, fighting against the oppressive weight of those words that threatened to drown me. The figures reached for me once more, tongues of smoke-like shadows curling around my ankles, pulling at my resolve. Each touch sent ice-cold shivers up my spine, memories of loss clawing deeper, and just like that, I felt myself slipping, getting pulled into the depths of despair. But a flare of light surged within, igniting my spirit as I pulled away from the cold tendrils, fighting to unleash that blinding energy once again. "You don't own me," I shouted, the words spilling forth with raw urgency. The cavern trembled as my light pushed back against the rising darkness. Yet the shadows seemed relentless, undeterred by my defiance. Their forms morphed into horrific shapes that crowded closer, screeching as they enveloped the light, twisting their embrace until the glow flickered uncertainly. Desperation clung to me, born from the tug-of-war between the faint glimmers of hope and the cloying shadows. In that moment, I saw something ominous lurking beyond the tempest of swirling darkness. An ancient, gaping mouth slowly revealed in the cavern wall, yawning wide as a new wave of dread crashed over me. I realized it was not just a cavity, but a passage into a deeper abyss, a malevolent void ready to consume whatever strayed too close. The shadows began to pull me toward that opening with an insatiable greed, their whispers coiling tighter in my mind. "Join us. Down where it's dark, where the burdens of the light cannot reach you." I felt all strength beginning to unravel as fear twisted around my heart, urging me toward confinement. "No, no, no," I gasped, tearing my gaze away from that unfathomable void. Summoning all the courage I could muster, I fixed my eyes on the brilliant sphere of light around me, recalling every ounce of love and joy that had ever shone in my life. "I choose light. You will not take me," I declared, pushing my will against the looming darkness, the radiance bursting forth as if the very essence of my soul was pouring into every crevice of despair. And in that moment of clarity, the shadows howled, keening wails reverberating off the cavern walls as if trying to block my light. I felt the shadows of despair begin to burn away, flickering under the insulation of my essence. But in turn, a deafening rumble echoed around me, a warning that the storm of darkness had not yet finished. From the depths of the cavern, a new, terrifying figure emerged, larger than anything I'd faced yet. Its body an intertwining mass of creeping shadows and hollow eyes that seemed to swallow all hope. It towered over everything, a pathway lined with gnashing teeth, its face twisting into a sinister grin that sent waves of fear coursing through me. "It's time to embrace the darkness," it growled, voice thick and slithering, each word dragging like a chain across the stones. "You cannot fight who you are. Surrender, and I might allow you to exist in peace." I froze, heart pounding as that insidious whisper filled my mind again, threatening to tear apart the light zone I had built. Every instinct screamed to run, to retreat into the warmth of light I fought so hard to uphold. Yet there was an undeniable gravitational pull, like a sickly sweet temptation fluttering at the edges of my mind. Sensing my vulnerability, the massive shadow slithered closer, a horrifying specter clawing at my resolve. "You will join us in echoes of the past," it promised, dark eyes promising a twisted escape, where the weight of sorrow is shared. I felt the insidious energy seep in, trying to dissolve my core, but with a scream that echoed off the cave like a thunderous clap, I renewed my focus. "No, I choose my path," I shouted, the fullness of my light erupting in an exhilarating wave, sending out pulses of clear energy that confronted the darkness head-on. The shadows recoiled, yet their shrieks turned to screeches of rage, twisting and distorting as they clawed against the energy I projected. I knew I was at a precipice, the truth of my existence teetering on a knife edge just beyond the light. Sudden pain lanced through my chest, and I staggered back, a visceral shock rattling my core. The shadow hurtling toward me coiled and pulsed with malicious energy. It reshaped into the faces of lost loved ones, each expression molded with despair, reaching out as they beckoned me closer. "Join us, where pain will never find you again," they urged, despair dripping from their lips like poison. It was as if the fabric of reality twisted, and I felt their ethereal hands brush against my soul, cold fingers wrapping around my heart. Time froze, and I felt the entire cavern hold its breath as I sought to break free, dread pooling in my stomach. "This isn't real," I whispered, fighting against the icy touch. "You are not in control." With every ounce of conviction, I willed the light inside me to explode, cracking the tendrils of despair that threatened to pull me under. I felt the cavern pulse with energy as dark laughter filled the air, a morbid reminder that shadows were not easily banished. They lingered like lingering scents of smoke after a fire has burned out. But the deeper I dug for warmth, the stronger my resolve became. Stepping forward, I locked eyes with the monstrous shadow looming before me, its empty gaze cold and calculating. "You will not take me," I declared once more, pushing the ray of brilliance forward, feeling the force collide, a shockwave battling the impending darkness clawing at my heart. Yet as I fought back, I sensed the cavern shifting around me again, shadows creeping back with renewed fervor, ready to reclaim what I had dared to steal. Fissures cracked open in the walls, a reflection of the chaos within, the sounds of my heart echoing in the darkness like a countdown to my doom. As the shadows leered and snarled, twisting their grotesque shapes into nightmarish forms, rage simmered above the thrill of fear. "This is not the end," they hissed, sinister laughter dancing in the air. "You will always battle this darkness." With the onslaught intensifying, cold breath of despair clawing at my neck, I steadied myself, the warmth simmering within drowning out their venomous words. "Your hold over me is broken," I affirmed, fires of light thrumming in rhythm with my heartbeat, illuminating the crevices where the shadows took root. The cavern shook around me, and the echo of my resolve rang in the air, turning the voices of my insecurities into muffled whispers. I didn't want to forget the past. I wanted to confront it, not cling to those dark images. I wouldn't surrender. I chose to rise instead. And with that thought, I harnessed all the love and light swirling within, letting it guide me to face those shadows and darkness. As the figures lunged, I stood tall, surrounded in a vortex of radiant energy, clutching onto the memories that filled me with warmth and courage. As the final confrontation loomed, I heard faint echoes in my head, whispering counters against the shadows. "You will not win." It beckoned from deep within, a resolve forged from the essence of the light itself. I felt myself shift, welcoming even the traces of the darkness that remained, not as conqueror, but as part of my soul. And though the shadows would follow, haunting and relentless, I knew one undeniable truth. Light would guide my way as I stepped into the unknown, forever seeking the balance between shadows and brilliance, ready to face whatever came next. As I stood in the swirling vortex of light and shadow, my heart pounded like a war drum. Every beat sent tremors through the cavern, the ground beneath me vibrating with an unholy energy. I could feel the shadows shifting around, their sneering forms thickening, ready to pounce. The oppressive air buzzed with hostility, the darkness pressing closer, eager to surround me again. In that moment, the overwhelming scent of damp earth and decay clogged my senses, clinging to the back of my throat. I fought the urge to choke as I breathed in that revolting air. The shadows moved like liquid midnight, oozing toward me, each droplet heavier and darker than the last. I wasn't just facing a battle of light versus dark. It felt like a personal war against every sorrow and nightmare I had ever encountered. Suddenly, the ground quaked violently, causing me to stumble. As I regained my balance, a chilling laugh resonated through the cavern, echoing off the walls like a malevolent choir celebrating my distress. "You think you can wield light," a shadowy voice crooned from the darkness, its tone slick and condescending. You are but a flicker. We are eternal. I gritted my teeth, pushing back against the fear rising within me. I summoned the warmth from my memories, shaping it into a barrier around me. The luminous debris exploded outward, scattering the shadowy creatures directly around. For an instant, I caught a glimpse of their grotesque forms. Their skin shimmered like oil, revealing faces that twisted with disdain and fury. They looked like warped versions of myself, echoing every failure and heartbreak that had ever festered. "That's right, embrace it," the shadows hissed. "We are not your enemies. We are reflections of your own soul. You cannot escape." I shuddered at their words, realizing they were right about one thing. They stemmed from within. The panic surged again, threatening to engulf me, but I realized I had the power to reshape this moment. I refused to give in to despair. "I will not become a reflection of you," I shouted defiantly, my voice shaking the very air around me. With a sudden movement, I thrust my hands outward, pouring every shred of light and warmth into the cavern. The energy surged like an explosion, glowing brighter than the sun, sending the shadows howling back, their forms disintegrating into dark vapor. The malevolent laughter turned into screeches of panic, ringing in my ears as the darkness reeled from my intensified resolve. Yet just as I thought I had gained the upper hand, I felt the ominous shift in the atmosphere, an unsettling dread creeping back, more potent than before. I glanced around, eyes wide, and noticed shadows gathering, coalescing into a twisted mass. Their forms transformed once again into something far more sinister, a roiling, amorphous beast, an embodiment of anguish itself. Black tendrils shot out from its mass, slashing through the air with a speed that made my heart race. I barely had time to react before one of those shadows wrapped around my wrist, hurling me off my feet. I landed hard on the cold stone ground, the wind knocked out of my lungs. Breathless, I struggled to shake off the fog of disbelief clouding my mind. The dark creature unfolded itself like a flower, drawing nearer, its many eyes gleaming with hunger. "You cannot fight forever," it taunted, its voice smooth and chilling, resonating deep within me. "Accept us, let your fears guide you. Do not resist the inevitable." The loose stone crunched beneath my weight as I crawled backward, feeling the darkness encroaching. It twisted and multiplied, clawing at my sides with icy fingers that invaded my skin, bringing memories to the forefront. The faces, the voices, all mingling together like a cacophony that threatened to drown me. "Remember your failures," they whispered, a dark serenade echoing in my ears. "You are nothing without us." I squeezed my eyes shut, wanting nothing more than to block out the nightmare surrounding me. But in that darkness, a sliver of clarity broke through. I recalled moments of joy, laughter shared with friends, and warmth of love, everything I had fought for. With renewed vigor, I opened my eyes and grasped onto that warmth, letting it flow through my veins, igniting the inner light that had not yet flickered out. "Enough!" I yelled, my voice ringing with defiance once more. Shoving the oppressive darkness away, I focused on channeling my essence into a beacon so bright it battled back against the encroaching shadows. They screamed and writhed, their grotesque mass staggering as my lights surged against them, pushing the dark creature back. But the struggle was far from over. The beast reeled, reforming itself, its roiling surface rising higher, something horrifying within shifting just beneath. "Foolish child," it hissed, voice dripping with contempt. "You truly believe you can overpower me? I am the shadows of your very thoughts, crafted from your insecurities and anguish." The shadows danced around me again, flickering like flames in a frenzy. I watched as they formed into familiar faces once more, those I had long lost. Their eyes glimmered with sorrow, yet they were twisted by the darkness, features warped into something grotesque. "Save us," they wailed, trapped in the torment of their own memories. "You have the power. You must absorb it." Cold dread settled in my gut, confusion rising like bile, as I fought to break free from their grasp. "No!" I screamed, shaking my head violently. "I won't let you take me." As the creature lunged at me, its fangs bared, I thrust my palm forward. A brilliant burst of light erupted from my core, vibrant and blinding. The shadows shrieked, the echoes of my loved ones fading into nothingness, leaving only the deafening cries of the aberrant creature as it writhed in agony. But something unexpected happened. As it recoiled, a new vision flashed before my eyes, a sudden and terrifying insight of all the embedded fears that were still wrapped around my heart. It was as if I was pulled through a mirror of my life, trapped behind a veil I had tried to ignore. I saw moments where I felt lost, where love had faltered or failed, dark moments that had taken residence far too long. Those memories clawed at me, bringing forth a deeper sense of anxiety than I had ever known. "You will never escape this," the great beast roared from the depths of my mind, the dark shadows swirling around it like a storm, invigorated by my moment of hesitation. "Cower in the grief. Let it swallow you whole." It was now or never. I knew I had to confront these fears head on. I took a deep breath, recollecting every happy memory, locking onto the love I desperately clung to. I pictured their faces, their laughter echoing in my mind, and I pressed forward, channeling that energy throughout my being. With a fierce cry, I leaped toward the creature, light expanding around me, pushing against the slate-hued mass. The room surged with pressure, the heat from my light creeping out like streams of fire, and the shadows flung about in confusion, screeching in terror. All those lives were not in vain, I declared, words bursting forth with unyielding strength. "Your reign ends today." But as my words resounded in the cavern, I felt a strong pull from within. It was an urge, a whisper inviting me to succumb to that darkness instead. For a moment, just a brief moment, doubt clung to me like a heavy blanket. What if they were right? Maybe I wasn't strong enough to wield this force forever. Suddenly, thunderous laughter echoed through the chamber, feeding off my hesitation. The shadows surged back, thick and roiling, now forming into grotesque faces spewing venomous mockery. You see how weak you truly are? Lost in the light doesn't mean found," the voices berated, and I stumbled back, overwhelmed by their presence. The cavern tilted as darkness began to rupture, the ground trembling and cracking, pain seeping into my joints. I clasped my hands over my ears, desperate to find my bearings, but the shadows were relentless, their claws wrapping around my consciousness like unbreakable chains. The laughter morphed, transforming into sonorous mocking that vibrated within my core. Just as despair threatened to take root, an unexpected flicker of warmth surged from my heart. It broke through the veil of darkness, desperately fighting to regain my focus. "I choose hope. I choose to rise," I shouted, summoning every ounce of my essence. With a dazzling eruption, I released all that light I had gathered, ripping through the oppressive grip of the shadowy figures as they screeched in pain, the sound bone-chilling and terrible. Every wretched creature I'd ever experienced rose and fell with that light, casting the cavern into brilliant luminosity that burned fierce against the darkness. But even in their frantic retreat, I glimpsed an unsettling truth, that they were not just remnants of my anxieties. They were tangible reminders of the weight I willingly carried, tethered to both my past and present. Bound by the shadows, I realized I couldn't just cast them aside. I had to confront them directly. Every flash of brilliance only illuminated darker thoughts, memories rising to the surface. I saw them vividly. The last moments of my loved ones, the desolate paths taken after their absence, and the regrets that burdened my heart like an anchor dragging me deeper into despair. Stricken with fear, I sank to my knees, overwhelmed by the tides of grief washing over me. I was not merely fighting shadows. I was wrestling with an entire storm of emotions. And just then, the cavern shifted again, dark tendrils erupting from the walls and enveloping me entirely, engulfing my senses. A distinct feeling of cold washed over me, and the laughter twisted into screams of desperation, reverberating through the chamber. "You cannot win. You cannot forget," they chanted, their voices melding into one ominous wave. With trembling hands, I gripped the ground, trying to anchor myself against the rising tide of confusion, sweeping away clarity and hope. The shadows surged fiercely, pushing against me as if attempting to drown me in the very essence of my pain. "Look closer," they taunted, their voices dripping with malice. I stared down at the ground, feeling the trembling earth pulse beneath me, urging me to take in the memories laid bare. The weight of loss pressed against my chest, suffocating and heavy. I closed my eyes, surrendering myself to the truth coursing through me. Those shadows were parts of my journey, suffering made tangible, a bitter reminder that pain and happiness coexist. My breath quickened, and tears streamed down my face, pooling in the cracks of the stone beneath me. "I accept you," I whispered, letting the words slip from my lips like the release of a long-held breath. "You are part of me." As the shadows twisted around me, their forms staggered, the darkness faltering at my acknowledgement. They flickered and wavered, as if seeking to challenge my realization, but I held my ground. "I won't let you define my spirit," I cried, channeling everything I had into a beacon of blazing light, illuminating the cavern from within. The shadows sputtered back, their grotesque faces contorting in rage and disbelief, and I felt the energy within me churn and rise, swirling like a tempest. Each movement strengthened, my brilliance renewed with every dark confession, a blend of acceptance and love illuminating the cavern. "I am not what I once was," I bellowed, piercing the silence. "I will not let you control my fate." The cavern erupted with blinding light, a storm of brilliance colliding with the darkness like a tidal wave. The echoing scream of the shadows filled my ears, simultaneously deafening and exhilarating, like a thunderous applause as they recoiled, defeated. And as the chaos settled, I lowered my hands, breathing heavily, allowing the gentle warmth of acceptance to envelop me. I had wrestled with my shadows, faced the very essence of my fears, and let the light pave the way forward. Even now, I could still feel the tiny traces of darkness swirling at the edges. I knew they would always be there, lurking just beyond the warmth of my embrace, ready to tease my vulnerabilities. But that realization did not terrify me. It was a reminder that I was whole, the light never shying away from the shadows that gave it depth. As I stepped forward, heart still pounding, I turned my gaze toward the endless dark, determined to reclaim the pieces of myself, ready to explore the unknown paths that lay ahead, whether they glimmered like jewels in the sunlight or hid in the corners of shadowed memories. I would walk the line, never forgetting, never yielding. As I stood there, the remnants of the shadows flickering away, I felt an unsettling chill grip my spine. The cavern was quieter now, yet something lingered in the air, a heavy silence that felt thick, almost palpable. With each cautious step I took, I felt the ground shift beneath me. The stone had turned slick, coated in a thin film that made me doubt my footing. I pressed forward, but a sense of unease wrapped around me like a shroud. The once familiar path I had carved out was now veiled in shafts of darkness that seemed to stretch and twist as if they were alive, lurking just beyond my line of sight. Suddenly, the walls began to close in around me, jagged rocks protruding like teeth ready to bite. I gasped, instinctively taking a step back, but the shadows swarmed. They gathered, curling and swirling, casting grotesque silhouettes against the stones. It was as if the very walls had come to life, pulsating with a heartbeat that matched my own. "Do you feel it?" A voice hissed, just a breath away from my ear, sending icy shards of fear racing through me. "The darkness is hungry. It craves your essence." I felt the hairs on my neck stand straight, and I turned sharply, scanning the dim space as the voice faded into an eerie chuckle, leaving a bitter taste on my tongue. I had never been alone in the dark. Not really. The shadows had always been there, whispering, tricking me into reliving every flicker of doubt. With jitters chasing my thoughts, I continued onward, each footfall echoing back to me, taunting me with every echo. The deeper I ventured, the more palpable the darkness became, thickening around me like a fog clinging to my skin. My heart raced faster, each pulse mingling with the frantic ticking of time that seemed to stretch endlessly within this forsaken place. It was then I started to see them, ghostly figures materializing from the shadow, their forms solidifying as they hovered in the dim light. I squinted, trying to make sense of what I was witnessing. They drifted closer, their hollow eyes fixed on me, pleading. I felt a wave of sorrow wash over me, mingling with an unnerving fear. The faces were familiar, yet distorted, beckoning me into the abyss. "Help us," they whispered in unison, their voices a haunting melody that wrapped around my chest like bindings. I could see the despair etched into their features, a reflection of my own fears, my own loss. "You know the way to set us free. Join us." My breath caught in my throat, and I faltered. "No, I won't," I shouted back, trying to shake off the encroaching dread that threatened to pull me under. "You aren't real. You are just fragments of my past." But the figures closed in, their mournful faces transforming into masks of rage. "You cannot escape what you are. We will follow you," they shrieked, their voices distorting into a cacophony of despair. The shadows thickened at my ankles, wrapping around my legs, trying to drag me down into the depths of the cavern. Panic gripped me as I fought against the clutches of darkness, pulling at my very essence. I could feel the light inside flickering, dimmed by their relentless grip. "Stay back!" I cried out, desperation rising in a wave. I shoved forward, attempting to tear through the suffocating darkness, but it only pushed back harder, a monster of swirling despair and regret, like quicksand pulling me closer. My heart pounded painfully against my ribs, each beat matching the frantic surge of darkness enveloping me. I remembered my light, my warmth, but it was slipping away like sand through my fingers. I couldn't let them win. They were my fears brought to life, clawing their way back into my mind. Desperate, I summoned the last flickers of brightness hidden in my core. Shouting against the symphony of grief, I screamed, "You have no power over me." I embrace my past, but I will not be consumed by it. As those words broke loose, a brilliant halo erupted from my being, instantly illuminating the cavern. The spectral figures hesitated for a heartbeat before a breathtaking light cut through the shadows like a knife, their anguished cries morphing into trepidation. I charged forward, pushing against their ethereal forms with my radiant energy, flinging aside every instinct that told me to retreat. But their resistance was fierce, and I could feel their despair pushing back like a dark tide. The cavern flashed brightly, a violent interplay of light battling the shadows, creating a spectacular yet horrifying sight. I was swaying on the precipice of realization, reflecting on the power of my light, but also the raw strength of the darkness that persisted in this place. I took a deeper breath and focused. Instead of fighting, I remembered, what if I could confront those shadows, acknowledge their existence, and learn from them? The faces twisted in rage and agony, and for a brief moment, I lingered in that thought. "You are part of my journey, but I will not let you control it," I shouted, turning my fear into strength as the energy surged from my heart, pulsing through my veins like molten fire. I extended my arms, drawing the light toward me, wrapping it around those haunting figures. "I see you. I see your pain," I declared, my voice resonating through the cavern. But the shadows quaked, morphing into something more sinister, a roiling darkness that suddenly surged toward me like a tidal wave. In a heart-stopping instant, the air shifted. The once thin veil of shadow thickened and churned, forming a dark whirlwind of fury and despair. Terrifying howls erupted from the darkness, echoing in bewildering patterns, like countless souls weaving together in anguish. I staggered back, feeling the ground shake beneath me, the walls of the cavern trembling as if they had come alive with rage. The very essence of my fears coalesced, the air crackling with energy as I stood at the eye of the storm, desperately clutching the light within me. "Face it," the tempest screamed. "You cannot ignore the darkness. It consumes all." A roar of anger resonated within me, swelling larger than the shadows attempting to swallow me. "No!" I screamed again, bending the light toward the darkness, watching as it splintered and fractured against the onslaught. The air shimmered around me, momentarily blinding, offering a brief respite in this maelstrom. I could feel remnants of fear swirling at the edges of my consciousness, taunting me, each memory like a distorted reflection in a cracked mirror. Then, through that chaotic haze, reality shifted again, the cavern rumbling wildly. The darkness lunged, searing through the air like a predator closing in for the kill. I shielded my face, the pressure mounting as it passed, leaving an eerie silence in its wake, wrapping my chest in intense apprehension. As I lowered my hands, panting heavily, I found myself alone, the spectral figures gone, the depths of shadow silent. My heart raced, each beat echoing in that deafening stillness, like an uninvited intruder in the roiling aftermath. For a fleeting moment, I thought I had triumphed. But then the shadows reassembled, rising from the ground like mist, coalescing into a familiar yet twisted figure. A dark echo of myself emerged, eyes glinting with disdain and menace, woven from the fabric of my most crippling fears. "You think you can banish me?" it hissed, voice a double-edged blade cutting through the silence. "I am your very essence." The resemblance was chilling, the faded glimmer of light in its eyes reflecting the bleak sadness that I had long resisted. I stood frozen, trembling at the realization that this version of me held all the weight of my sorrow, a parasite clinging to my soul. "I can't give in," I gasped, shaking my head violently. "You don't control me. You're part of my journey, but I won't let you take over." The dark reflection took a menacing step closer, the shadows swirling around us like a tempest. It smirked, a cruel grin spreading across its features. "But without me, who will you be? You need me to feel alive, to understand the suffering you've endured." "Stop!" I screamed, frustration surging as I drew the light back into my core, feeling it pulse with newfound strength. "I will not live for my pain." As those words escaped my lips, everything shifted again. The walls of the cavern began to tremble, the shadows lingering in every crevice growing restless, like a beast awakened. I could hear the haunting laughter echoing in tandem with the darkness, a terrifying symphony reverberating around me. The eyes of the swirling shadows glinted with renewed fury, their baleful gaze falling upon me. With each passing moment, the air thickened, an oppressive weight that made it hard to breathe. "You will join us, one way or another," the shadows howled, their voices a roaring tempest that rose to an agonizing crescendo. But instead of despair, a surge of defiance ignited within me. "You cannot have me," I shouted, my voice steady as the brightness enveloped me once more. I stood firm, bracing myself against the gathering storm, determined to confront this shadowy reflection, the very essence of my fears, head-on. I could feel the light within me growing ever stronger, and as I took a step forward, I reached into the heart of the shadows, preparing for the battle ahead. Would the darkness take hold, or could I wield the light to set myself free? The cavern erupted with echoes of my fears, clamoring for my surrender, but I stood resolute, ready to face this grotesque rendition of myself. "In light and in darkness, I am whole," I declared, feeling the edges of my heart surge and pulse as I embraced everything that I was. The shadows, the light, the love, and above all, the resilience that had brought me this far. The shadows writhed angrily, swirling violently as I pushed through the suffocating darkness, my own fears colliding with the radiant energy. I confronted every haunting memory, every painful moment that had shaped me, acknowledging the weight they held over my heart. And as I did, I felt the darkness falter, the shadows hesitating in their thousands, quaking in the face of my light. "This ends now," I roared, channeling all that I had into a single pulse of brilliance, tearing through the cavern like a supernova. With a blinding flash, the light surged forward, piercing through the darkness, shattering the chains that bound me to my fears and illuminating the cavern with an otherworldly glow. I watched in awe as the shadows recoiled, the grotesque figure of my reflection shuddering against the force. For a moment, we stood locked in the staggering balance of light and dark, the echoes of my past tangled in a surreal dance. The cavern whispered faint echoes of remorse, enchantment weaving in its depths as the light swirled around me. What awaited beyond this moment? Would I emerge whole, or would the shadows of my fears forever haunt my being? With every beat of my heart resonating through the stillness, I took another step forward, ready to welcome whatever awaited me in the depths of my journey. The waves of shadows receding as I braced myself for what lay ahead, believing in the strength of the light that I carried within me. As I stood there, surrounded by blinding light and the echo of shadows, a chilling sense of uncertainty washed over me. The cavern, once a confusing maze of darkness, was now a swirling blend of radiance and gloom, revealing a sight that sent a chill deep into my bones. From the cracks in the stone, shadows seeped like ink spilled across a page, pooling around my feet and creeping upward, their grip unsettling. I felt an icy breeze rip through the air, causing my skin to crawl. Each gust whispered secrets, words that curled around my ears, barely audible, yet heavy with an ancient threat. "You will never escape," they taunted, their voices intertwined like a hidden chorus that echoed from far away, sounding vaguely familiar but twisted in anguish. With resolve, I pushed through that chilling sensation, forcing my feet forward. But the deeper I ventured, the more potent the darkness became. I could sense it coiling around me, breathing down my neck like an unseen predator. At times, I swore I could hear my own name among the sinister murmurs, stretched across time, dripping with malice. "Come closer, join us," it would whisper, creating an almost magnetic pull that tugged at my very core. Then, just ahead, flickers of movement caught my eye. A shadow darted from one rocky outcrop to another, quick and erratic. I squinted, heart racing, straining to make out the shape hidden within the consuming blackness. Was it another spirit? Or perhaps something more malevolent, eager to drag me back into despair? Just as I prepared to step closer, the movement ceased, and an oppressive silence blanketed the chamber, leaving an uneasy weight in the air. I hesitated, unsure of what lay ahead, but a sudden rush of adrenaline propelled me forward. As I approached the source of the movement, the ground felt uneven beneath me, shifting like the very fabric of reality, as if I was walking over graves long forgotten. The shadows clung tighter, a cold embrace that seeped through my courage, whispering dreadful stories of those who lost their way in this cursed place. Then it struck me. A flash of light from my heart pulsated suddenly against the dark figure now emerging. It stepped into the dim glow of my light, revealing itself to be a twisted version of myself, a grim reflection woven with shadows and despair. Its eyes glimmered with malice, flickering like dying embers, and I felt the weight of its gaze burrowing into my soul. "You think you can overcome me?" it hissed, voice eerily similar to my own, but twisted with anguish. "Stop!" I shouted, but my voice wavered, laced with the very fear I was trying to cast away. The figure laughed, a chilling sound that echoed like shattering glass. "You are me. I am you," it cackled, the shadows behind it roiling violently in agreement, dark tendrils reaching out like grasping hands. "You cannot escape your memories, your pain, your regrets." The realization struck me like a blow to the chest. This figure was a manifestation of everything I had ever tried to run from, a physical embodiment of my darkest moments. I felt the walls closing in, and just as panic threatened to propel me into flight, a flicker of determination ignited within me. "I won't run. I will face you," I declared, my voice growing stronger, finding its strength amidst the chaos. But as I gathered my courage, my surroundings twisted again. The cavern warped, and the air crackled with tension, shadows converging into a whirling storm. The ground trembled violently, causing stones to tumble from above, crashing down with a deafening roar. Above me, faces began to materialize in the stone walls, their mouths gaping in silent screams, their hollow eyes pleading for release. "Help us," they echoed, tortured wails mingling with the shadows, filling the chamber with despair. It was as if the very rock around me was alive, harboring the souls of those who had ventured here and succumbed to their agony. "Join us, you'll never be free," they cried, their voices merging into a haunting symphony that reverberated in my ears. I pressed forward, fighting against the suffocating dread swirling within. The figure before me grinned wider, feasting on my fear. "You see? You are trapped," it jeered, moving closer. But I would not let it consume me. "You don't own me," I cried, channeling the light within me, allowing it to burst forth in a dazzling eruption, bright enough to draw back the shadows, even if just for a moment. Each pulse of light sent quaking wisps of darkness swirling back, push away the clamoring souls in the walls. Yet the ground beneath me trembled harder, as if reacting to my defiance. With each step, the tension escalated until the very walls seemed to close in, the sensation of being watched becoming unbearable. The cavern pulsated with a life of its own, breaths echoing from unseen directions, twisting shadows shifting and coiling around me like a living entity. The darkness threatened to drown me, but I pressed on, determined to confront the twisted reflection of my fears. As I closed in, my heart thudded rhythmically, each beat drumming louder, intertwining with the cacophony of wails. I could feel their anguish rolling over me, waves crashing against my very essence, trying to pull me under. "This is your fate," they screamed in unison, a harrowing chorus that threatened to swallow me whole. "You are one of us." But as I stood firm amidst the chaos, I felt a surge trickling into my heart. I had to believe that I was defined by the light I carried, not the darkness that reached for my soul. Gathering every shred of courage, I shouted, "I accept my past, but I will shape my own future." The air around me crackled again, and the twisted figure lurched forward, its form distorting yet again, shifting and warping like a flame flickering in the wind. "You will regret facing me," it snarled as tendrils of shadow lashed out, racing to strike me down, threatening to wrap around my throat and drain the breath from my lungs. But at that moment, an unfamiliar strength surged within me. The shadows reached for me, weaving around my outstretched hand, brushing against my skin like the whisper of the past. I closed my eyes, channeling every glimmer of light, every haunting memory, focusing deeply on the power that swelled in my core. "You're just a reflection of my fears," I realized, and as I opened my eyes, the light erupted outward again, creating an explosion that shattered the dread like glass. The cavern trembled violently, the faces in the walls howling in rage, their torment spilling into the air like smoke from a raging fire. A flash of brilliance surrounded me, and for an instant, the figures faded, the shadows receding into the corners of the cavern, the air clean of their suffocating weight. Hope flickered briefly, astonishingly vivid, but just as quickly, darkness rolled in like an oppressive fog, thicker and more malevolent than before, as though it had summoned more of its kind. I stumbled back, caught off guard, for in the retreat of one entity, something even darker emerged from the stony depths. Shapes shifted against the walls, unrecognizable and grotesque, the faces distorted and elongated, each scream of anguish bent and twisted beyond recognition. They shuddered with terrible hunger and malice, charging toward me like rabid beasts. "No!" I yelled, dread suffusing my thoughts as I turned to run. But the very ground itself seemed to ripple, tentacles of shadow clawing at my ankles, anchoring me down with an unyielding grip. The cavern shuddered and shook, the walls reverberating with the cacophony of despair that now enveloped me. I glanced back and saw the twisted figure closing in, more monstrous than before, insatiable hunger gleaming in its eyes. "You cannot escape your fate," it howled, laughter echoing in mad delight as something deep within me cracked and splintered. "You are ours now." At that moment, cold terror gripped my heart, and I felt the whisper of defeat creep in. My mind flooded with images, times I had been afraid, lost, and broken, each one a jagged scar cutting deep into my soul. I wanted to scream, to fight back against the tide that threatened to drown me again. But the figure loomed larger, the darkness growing more oppressive. I closed my eyes, feeling the shadows closing in around me, hot breath against my skin, chilling me to the bone. Everything felt heavy, the sucker of despair wrapping tighter around me, drawing out every vestige of light. "What do you want from me?" I cried, panic coursing through my veins as the shadows pressed ever closer, breathing life into my darkest fears. "You must surrender," the echo hissed back, coiling around my mind like a snake, drawing out every fear, every regret, every moment of shame that filled the crevices of my spirit. "Join us, and we shall never let you go." Summoning what little strength I could muster, I shouted, "I will not yield to despair." Just as the shadows lunged forward, their cold presence shattering any last illusion of safety. In that bleak moment, I found clarity, a quiet corner within me that flickered softly against the onslaught. Perhaps the key lay not in resisting them, but in embracing the journey, acknowledging the past, and finding the strength in facing those very fears I fought so hard to escape. I steadied my breath and planted my feet firmly. "I am whole, light and shadow," I whispered, and as the darkness surged around me, smothering my vision and threatening to snuff out my spirit, I opened my heart to the truth at its core. I rushed forward into the overwhelming storm of shadows, resolutions and revelations colliding in that frightening expanse, my heart pounding with purpose. I reclaimed the light. I shouted, defiance crashing through the darkness, and the ground shook as the shadows hesitated. That moment of vulnerability transformed into power. I could feel the shadows recoiling, the echoes of despair quieting. In the blink of an eye, their hold weakened, and with it, I surged forward, fueled by a force I could not name, breaking through the veil of darkness. The air hummed with energy, and the shape of my twisted reflection disintegrated into smoke, leaving only lingering whispers that taunted from behind. "You cannot escape forever," they warned, fading into the cavern walls as I plunged deeper into the luminescent void. I could feel the warmth seeping back into my bones, the light illuminating the cavern around me, illuminating my path forward, but the uncertainty lingered still. What awaited beyond this darkness? What new horrors lay ahead, waiting to test my resolve? The shadows still danced about, swirling like restless spirits, waiting for the moment I would falter again. I pressed on, cautious yet determined, the weight of courage buoying me forward into the depths of the unknown, knowing I had to confront whatever awaited me in this labyrinth of fears, even if it was my own reflection looming ever larger in the shadows. I pressed on through the darkness, the light within me flickering like a candle in the wind, fragile yet persistent. The cavern twisted and turned like a living thing, each step echoing ominously against the stone walls. A shivery sensation crawled over my skin, and I could swear something watched from the shadows, a lurking presence that made my pulse race. As I traversed deeper, strange symbols began to appear on the walls, illuminated by the soft glow of my light. They writhed and morphed, painted in a language I couldn't understand. It felt like they were alive, moving in a rhythm that seemed to pulse with malice, whispering forgotten secrets in an indecipherable tongue. My heart thudded in my chest, an urgent beat against the oppressive silence. Suddenly, echoes of laughter bounced around the cavern, distorting into a chilling cacophony. The sound swirled around me like a cyclone, taunting and mocking me from every angle. Is this the best you can do? A voice sneered from the shadows, dripping with sarcasm and malice. My throat went dry, and I strained to see where the voice came from. Flashes of memory trickled through my mind. Faces from my past, lost moments, whispers of regrets that closed in around me like a noose. Face your fears, the voice continued, laughter mingling with my racing thoughts. Shadows stretched toward me, grasping for my limbs, trying to drag me back into a chasm of despair. I stumbled backward, heart pounding as I tried to shake off their grasp, but they wrapped tighter around me, pulling me closer to the ground. Each shadow felt like a cold breath pressing against my skin, clammy and unrelenting. "No, I won't let you take me," I shouted, forcing my energy into the heart of the light within me. As I thrust my hands forward, a pulse of warmth surged through the cavern, pushing back against the shadows. "I know you want me to give in." I found my voice trembling, but I stood taller, holding firm against the encroaching darkness. The laughter morphed into howls, anguish spilling over as the shadows recoiled, writhing as if burned. Yet I could feel the weight return, heavier and more menacing. The ground beneath me trembled violently, cracks spider-webbing through the stone as if the very earth was responding to my fear. Suddenly, from the cracks, a horrible shape began to form, an amalgamation of nightmares stitched together into a grotesque monstrosity. Its body was a tangle of shadows and skeletal limbs, eyes glowing with an unearthly light that pierced through the darkness. It towered over me, a titan of woe, smiling with jagged teeth that seemed to stretch endlessly. "You think you can fight me?" It boomed, its voice echoing like thunder, reverberating in every corner of my mind. I could feel panic creeping back in, threatening to pull me under as its presence loomed closer. Logic screamed at me to run, but I stood my ground, battling the rising tide of dread within. "You don't control me," I declared louder this time, trying to assert the flickering courage in my heart. The creature lunged, shadows flowing like ink, reaching out with claws poised to rip apart my essence. I felt a rush of wind, as if all the air had been sucked from the cavern. My breath hitched, and I dove aside, but even in my evasion, I felt the chill of the shadows graze my arm. Pain shot through me like fire, leaving a searing mark that throbbed with a dreadful promise. "What's wrong?" It taunted, each word drawn out like an endless night. "Do you feel that pain? That's the truth of your fears, clawing their way back to the surface. You can't escape it." I staggered to my feet, grimacing, heart racing against the walls of my ribs, aware of the shadows licking at my heels. Adrenaline surged, snapping me back into focus. I wasn't just a victim, I was a survivor. "You may feed from my fears," I cried, my voice gaining strength, "but they do not define me." The cavern quaked, marks on the walls flashing like lightning, creating a whirlwind of memories swirling around me, each fragment of anguish and regret dancing like flames. I turned to face the towering creature, standing tall against the tide of despair. I reclaimed my power. With a roar, I summoned the light, focusing all the brightness I could gather into one forceful blast. The air crackled and burst, illuminating the cavern blindingly bright. The shadows recoiled, snapping back like frayed strings, while the creature let out a screech that sent tremors through the very ground beneath me. But the light also stirred something ancient within the cavern. Pulsating rhythms from deep within stirred to life. I could hear chanting now, a chorus of lost souls rising from the very rock, their cries melding together in a powerful discord. The shadows, though hesitant, began to pull away, dragging themselves into corners, seeking shelter from the light I unleashed. Yet, just as hope surged within me, I heard the whispering grow louder, an insidious wind weaving through the space. "You think this is over?" the creature shrieked, eyes blazing like twin suns. "You are merely scratching the surface. The darkness runs deeper than you can imagine." A shiver gripped me as realization washed over. This battle would not end easily. The deeper I plunged into the cavern, the more ancient and darker it became, and what lay ahead could be more terrifying than anything I had faced thus far. As I caught my breath, I felt a pull deep within the rock, an ominous calling urging me further. I had to know, had to confront whatever horror awaited in the bowels of the earth. With resolve hardening in my chest, I took one cautious step forward, the light flickering again, but now accompanied by a fresh surge of courage coursing through my veins. Each footfall sent echoes reverberating off the walls, the shadows retreating only slightly, harbingers of the darkness that loomed ahead. I could feel the air thicken, charged with energy pulsing from unknown depths, as I ventured further, deeper into the heart of the abyss. What awaited me now? What vile secrets lay curled in the darkest corners of this haunted cavern? I braced myself, heart pounding, conscious of the very real presence of something sinister weaving through the darkness, waiting for its chance to strike. But I would face it. I had to. No more hiding, no more running. I steeled my resolve, hands curling around the light spilling from my core, ready to confront whatever nightmarish forces lay lurking ahead, waiting to test my very being. As I stepped deeper into the cavern, the air shifted, thick with an energy that shimmered, almost like a pulse guiding my every move. I could feel the darkness wrapping tightly around me, an ominous cloak whispering secrets of terror that crept into my mind, tugging at the frayed edges of my sanity. A low rumble echoed in the ground, pulsing rhythmically, merging with the pounding of my heart. There was something undeniably sinister ahead, a dreadful force waiting patiently for me to draw closer. The shadows danced more wildly, swirling with a life of their own, forming grotesque shapes that flickered in and out of existence. I felt them close in again, but this time, they seethed with a palpable hunger, a dark appetite that made my skin crawl. The whispers grew louder, becoming a nightmarish symphony in my ears, each note a slice of creeping dread. There were fleeting shadows, faces of despair and panic, swirling around me as if they were urging me to depart, but a force far greater pulled me onward. Then, as the darkness grew thicker, I stumbled upon a cavernous chamber. The walls glistened with moisture and held an unnatural sheen, as if blood had pooled within the rock itself. The floor was littered with bones, some large, others small, twisted and broken, telling stories of those who had ventured here before me, searching for something only to find their end. A memory flickered through my mind, a flash of terrified eyes I recognized. Someone I had once loved, someone I had lost. The weight of their absence hit me like a brick, momentarily snatching my breath away. In that moment of vulnerability, the shadows pressed closer, a menacing tide rising with a triumphant roar. From the center of the chamber emerged a figure that made my blood run cold. Cloaked in darkness, its form was a mass of shifting shadows, its face obscured, but the malevolence radiated from it like heat from a flame. I could feel its eyes boring into my soul, scrutinizing, dissecting, as if relishing the turmoil that flickered within me. "Foolish child," it crooned, its voice a chilling echo that blared in my ears. "You think the light can save you? You think you can banish the darkness?" As it spoke, the chamber around me seemed to breathe, exhaling a force that tugged at my limbs, wrapping around me like chains forged in despair. I could feel the oppressive weight of my fears clawing at my throat, forcing me down to my knees. The memories crashed over me like waves. Failures, regrets, sorrows spilling forth, intertwining with the shadows that twisted like smoke in the air. The figure loomed closer, and I sensed its laughter curling around my spirit, suffocating me. "No!" I yelled, forcing breath into my lungs, reminding myself of the light that sparked inside me. "You can't have me!" Summoning every ounce of strength I had, I thrust my hands forward, unleashing a wave of brilliance in a desperate attempt to illuminate the chamber. The shadows shrieked, recoiling as my light burst from my fingertips, pushing the darkness back momentarily. But the figure only laughed harder, a sound that resonated with menace, thick and cloying. "You cannot banish what is inside you," It taunted. The darkness you seek to expel has always been your companion. You were born of it. I felt my resolve shake, uncertainty creeping in, but somewhere deep within me, a flicker of truth ignited. It was no longer just a battle against this monstrous void. It was a confrontation with every piece of myself I had tried to deny. With a roar that shook the very foundation of the cavern, I surged forward, embracing the intertwining light and shadow within me. I acknowledged the darkness. I declared fiercely, "You don't control me." As I did, the chamber erupted in a blinding light. The bone-chilling laughter drowned out as shadows writhed and recoiled, losing their grip on my spirit. The walls trembled violently around me, as if the repercussion of my claims surged through the very rock. I could hear the shrieks of tormented souls rising with the shifting shadows. "No, never!" they cried, voices swelling into a fearful crescendo as the darkness writhed in protest. I felt the light within grow, expanding outward, illuminating the space, engulfing the figure in brilliant radiance. For one fleeting moment, I glimpsed the horror that shrouded it, an amalgamation of faces contorted in anguish, remnants of every victim it had consumed throughout ages, all trapped in a never-ending cycle of torment. They twisted and turned, reaching for me, begging me to stay, illusions weaving into the darkness, their pleas resonating with raw sorrow. "You will be one with us," they wailed, and just then, the ground heaved, cracks splitting wide, threatening to swallow me whole. "No!" I screamed, drawing strength from the flickers of resolve I had reclaimed, anchoring myself to the radiance inside. "You cannot take me. I choose to fight." Then an explosion shook the chamber as light burst forth from my core, floods of energy sweeping through the darkness, cleansing every inch like the dawn breaking over the horizon. And in that blinding moment, the shadows shrieked, recoiling and collapsing into themselves, unraveling like burnt threads. The ghastly figure howled, attempting to reassert control, its voice a thunderclap. "You will regret this." The darkness will return. With one final surge, I swept the radiance across the chamber, banishing the shadows as they writhed and screamed, spiraling into nothingness. Silence fell thick and heavy. The chamber around me transformed, light cascading over the bones that once held hearts filled with fear. They lay tranquil now, freed from the shackles of dread. My breath slowed, and a calm washed over me, the remnants of the battle fading away. Stepping back from the precipice of darkness, I lingered in the serenity that replaced the horror, knowing the shadows may not be gone forever, but I had faced them. I had claimed my truth, a testament of survival etched into my spirit. The path ahead unfurled, lined with the light I had chosen, carrying the scars of what had been, but illuminated by the promise of new beginnings. And as I took a deep breath, I stepped forward into the lingering light, grateful for the journey that had led me to this moment.